You know how everything seems like a good idea after you've had a few? Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority, thanks.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Hope you guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. It is good to be back, Mike Bell. There is a lot going on as we get ready for the Falcons and the Bengals tomorrow right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coverage, by the way, 5:30. And then Mike and I will get out of the way. Pregame starts, and hopefully, Mike, we get a chance to see all the guys we want to see tomorrow, right? That's the key.
Right. And that's what I think Arthur Smith kind of spelled out, and everybody's raring to go. Desmond Ridder kind of echoing what Patrick Mahomes said earlier in the week, saying he's looking forward to some contact and getting out there. And I think the fans, I know it's Friday night football, so that does eliminate some fans from being at Mercedes-Benz. We talked about that while you were gone. But, yeah, it's going to be great. Can't wait. I'm going down there. I want to see these dudes in the first half.
I'm with you. I think, for Ridder, again, what does he have to do? We'll get into that. What does Bijan have to do? I mean, because we haven't seen him yet, Mike, and I kind of think, in the back of my head, I'm thinking like Arthur Smith is kind of hiding Bijan. It's almost like I don't want to show anybody what we're going to do with this guy, but you got to get him out there, so hopefully that'll happen tomorrow. We're going to talk plenty about the Falcons. But, guys, how about these Braves? How about the Braves? We are 78-42. You win on Monday 11-3. You shut them out Tuesday 5-0. You win last night 2-0. You sweep the Yankees out of town, Mike, and the Yankees now are 60-61. Now, I don't want to make this about the Yankees, but I want to tell you how dominant we are compared to what they were. This was a team that was a series away, Mike, from potentially being in the World Series last year.
Right. And we talked about this with Sal Licata, our buddy from FAN up in New York. They lost 2 starting pitchers. We lost 2 starting pitchers. What's their excuse? It's funny. Who's that kid King that was pitching last night? Why don't you make him a starter? I don't know what the Yankees are doing. That's a them problem. But the Braves keep on trucking. It was great to see Charlie Morton looking like. See, that's the kind of game you might get in October. I know everyone expects us to keep doing it, and maybe we will, and hopefully we will do the softball thing and beat guys 11-5. But that's like a postseason kind of performance last night.
It really was, and that's what we need from Morton. I know we've been nitpicking about the pitching and all the things that have gone on, but let's talk about one other thing, Mike. How good is this guy, Alex Anthopoulos? Alex Anthopoulos goes on and gets Nicky Lopez. Nobody even knew who this guy was.
Who?
For Nicky Lopez, for Taylor Hearn, and we went, well, what's he going to do? He steps in for Ozzie and crushes it in his moment of, hey, we need you. 3 hits, 3 RBI. I mean, this is the kind of stuff where your general manager is better, your team is better, your talent is better, and we own New York. Every which way possible. Mets fans, hi. Yankee fans, hello. Mike, we are owning the Big Apple.
Could be the first losing season for the Yankees since 1992.
Start spreading. New York.
You don't want to be a part of this.
These vagabonds.
And they don't want to live there right now either.
It is Dukes and Bell.
Longing to
How
stray
good, Braves fans, does this feel?
right through
Seriously.
the
The Yankees have been our nemesis going back to the 90s when we couldn't get past these guys and winning World Series. And the Mets, the Mets have been the Mets.
Right.
But to own both of these franchises the way we have this season, it feels good. I just hope, Mike, everybody's soaking it up because there's nothing like owning New York.
Yeah, it's funny. If I told you, who'd you rather have, Marcelo Zuna or Giancarlo Stanton? Yeah.
And as soon as Aaron Judge hits this milestone, Mike, what happens? He gets hurt.
Yeah, I mean, this is why, and it was funny because a lot of Yankee fans live down here. We said it last year. I'd let him go to San Francisco. Let him go to San Fran or trade him. But they didn't, and now you're stuck with the dude that is what he is. He's got a toe issue.
Yep.
And Stanton is like an albatross around their neck. That guy, I mean, his best days are behind him. It's a New York problem.
It is a New York problem. We have a winning problem, and I hope it continues as the Giants come to town for 3 games starting on Friday. 404-726-0929. Just take it in. That's all I'm saying. Just take it in. The fact that we've done what we've done with the Mets, and they've been out of it for forever this season, and then here come the big bad Yankees, and we just beat them up. Just beat them up.
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back.
I hear you. It is far. It is deep. It is a season over.
It's over.
Man, the thing with it's funny. Ever since Pete Alonso, throw it again. And that guy, it's a bunch of fake tough guys. It's so much fun reveling in it. Yes, we run New York. Now the question is, can we run L.A., run Philly, or Milwaukee? That's what we're going to maybe see in October.
Well, that's a good question. And if this team continues to do what they've done, which is just hit everybody, guys. We outscored them 16-3 the first 2 games. And then you turn right back around and you shut them out. And Mike said it. Morton was great with 10 Ks. I think, Mike, all my worries and concerns, all right, are turning to September. I know we're not through August yet. I get it. But I'm turning to September, and now I'm starting to wonder how Snit starts to potentially manage this team with rest for certain guys. What are you doing with your rotation? And also, how are you viewing some of these matchups when it comes to teams that are below 500, Mike? Because, again, I want to win as much as possible, but I also want to set ourselves up for the playoffs. That's the most important thing.
And now you get into, remember last year, for those who don't remember, we had with the oblique or whatever it was for Strider, that was a problem. And then we had that whatever that strange stomach flu was for Max Fried. So, look, you can't foresee something like that happening. That's why I always want to have an insurance policy, more pitching. But now do you start to say, hey, let's manage Morton's innings, and now let's invite a 5-inning start as opposed to, although, then again, the argument against that is the bullpen's already put in a lot of work. So do you want to continue with the bullpen, or with the expanded roster, just let the farmhands from Gwinnett, get their time and let them do it?
It's going to be interesting. We still want to have the best overall record, okay? So that is you have to manage that with how you want to manage your team. I don't want to have to go, Mike, and play the Dodgers and them have home field advantage. I just don't.
And by the way, if you guys are aware of this, we're going to see those guys coming up Labor Day weekend. We got 4 games in L.A.
Big series.
They took 2 out of 3 from us at Truist Park back in May. And that'll be interesting because they've added Lance Lynn and they've added some pieces, and guys are doing better. Their bullpen has kind of found their equilibrium. Freddie's got not as good as Acuna, but an MVP caliber season. So yeah, that's going to be a big test for them because we have as much fun as we're having beating up on New York teams. They're not great right now. They're not even close.
All right, guys, follow us. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes, the radio show. It's Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. You can watch us on YouTube at 929 The Game. Whispers running the cameras. And at Twitch, twitch.tv/ATL929 The Game. Let's hear from Brian Snitker because Snit was talking about a couple of different things. One, Charlie Morton's outing. Mike, this is the Charlie we need, as you said, in the playoffs. 10 strikeouts, 6 innings pitched. Right. He said physically he felt better. Here's what Snit said.
From one extreme to the other. Last time, the 7 walks, but it's just good to see him, kind of get back in his little groove, I think, and had his breaking ball again and command, and it's just kind of, I think, for me, it's just a little bit of a command thing. Stuff's been pretty good, and so that was really good to see.
Back-to-back shutouts for our Braves. They've thrown 4 shutouts in their last 7 games. Meanwhile, Snitker was talking about the shutouts, and here's what he said about it.
It's good. I mean, that's great. Like I say, that's kind of what we had a little tough run a little bit with the pitching, and now it's kind of solidified again, which it will. Like I said earlier in the day, it's if they hang in there and they weather the storm, there's going to be something good on the back end of that.
All right, one question for you, Mike, while I was out. Is Yanni still in the rotation?
Yeah, and this is the only thing which I got a beef right now is Soroka apparently has had a nice couple outings. His last outing in Gwinnett was real good. So why don't we just keep Soroka up? And then we can finally determine what he is for better or for worse. But for whatever reason, they're going to roll with Chorizo.
Is Snit saying anything about this? Snit, what's going on? Help us with this. What is Snit saying about Yanni? What purpose is this serving, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, he's eaten some innings, which is something we just talked about. But, I mean, wouldn't you rather see Soroka up there doing his thing? And then if you need Soroka. Now, I talked about it with Grant McCauley. Yes, they don't really see Soroka as a guy coming out of the bullpen. But perhaps as a, maybe could he pitch 3 or 4 innings if you need him in a postseason game? I don't know. But let's get him up there. Let's find out definitively what Soroka is. Is he back in the show or not?
Do we need him for the playoffs, guys?
Just might.
Don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't want to go into the playoffs. I'm not going to say empty-handed, but I want to go in with everything loaded, Mike.
Right.
With all the possibilities. Here's Charlie Morton talking about what adjustments he made in his last start versus what we saw last night.
I think I went out there with just a little bit different attitude than I had my last start. I think to me it was just more about staying in my delivery a little bit tonight and just getting it going a little bit, maybe even backing off a little bit, but just trying to not overexert. I think I was just getting too far down the mound a little bit.
Yeah, whatever it was physically that he needed to change, he did. The guy's been doing this for 20 years. He knows his body. He knows what he needs to do. He knows how he feels. The good news is 4 hits Morton gave up, Pierce Johnson, Kirby Yates, Iglesias, 4 hits. That's a great night. And this bullpen, Mike, do you feel a little bit more comfortable, or are you saying, no, these are bad hitting teams?
I mean, still a little nervous in the service about the bullpen because you're going to play some better teams, as we just mentioned, in October. But, look, getting Dylan Lee right at some point, that's an option for us? I don't know about Chavez. Like, I still don't know how Chavez gets people out with that stuff, but getting him back, 60-day. But that's just a question. I mean, it's still a bit of an issue for me because, I mean, like McHugh, you see him come in, how many guys just roll their eyes and go grab a beer? So we'll find out, but this is why I just want a little bit more at the trade deadline.
All right. Want to know what you guys think. How good does it feel? 404-726-0929. Listen, it will feel great in October if we're talking about a World Series, which is where we all want to be. But take this in. Like, this is going to be one of those years where you're like, remember what we did to the Mets? Remember what we did to the Yankees when they came into town? That's what it's about.
Total humiliation. No other way to describe it.
No.
And just take a small snippet of listening to New York radio. It's absolutely priceless what they're saying up there.
Well, they're talking about everybody being fired. Boone's going to be fired. They're going to be changes with the Yankees if they don't make the playoffs, guys. But, this is going to be, the first time they have missed the playoffs if they don't make it since 2016. So it's been a minute, but we're going to see 30 seasons of a winning record, Mike, and that may not come this season with the Yankees.
Man, I hate to see bad things happen to – well, check that. Good things happen to bad people.
Hey, we had our 43rd sellout, by the way, at Truist Park. That's more than what we did after the World Series, guys. People are out, Mike. People believe in this team, and you should.
Right on. Now just see it through, baby. We're here to win the World Series, not divisions.
All right, we're coming back. We are going to hear from Richie Grant, Matthew Bergeron. Guys, there are some things we still need to see in preseason game number 2. Mike and I are going to talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game at Odyssey.com.
and Bell is the best.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Guys, there's a chance Matt Olson could hit 60 home runs, by the way. He's on pace for 58. I'm going to go ahead and mark myself down, Mike, and say he hit 60. Because if he has one of these multi-homer games or weeks where he hits more than expected, it could put him over the top. I think he hit 60, man, which would be an incredible feat. Incredible.
Yeah, it's a nice conversation to have. How's the MVP? We'll worry about that. Cross that bridge when we come to it. I would still say Acuna wins MVP, but Olson's making the case. The average isn't a thing to get hung up on anymore. Now with slugging it plus on base. But Freddie Freeman's having a hell of a year too.
He is.
For what it's worth.
Yeah, and look, I don't like it because it's with the Dodgers, but
right.
It is true. We got to talk about the Falcons, guys, and some of our expectations tomorrow. As we mentioned, Mike and I short show will be done at 5:30 for the pregame show, but we'll break down a lot more as to what we expect. But generally speaking, Mike, there are some things this team is dealing with right now. One of them is injuries, okay? So the Hennessy injury, and we don't want to be crude, okay? Right. But Mike and I have been saying this probably since camp started. You drafted Matthew Bergeron. He more than likely was going to be the starter. They were going to make him work for it. But unfortunately now, Mike, you got thrust into this because of an injury situation.
Yeah, we said it. Same thing you just said. Yes, don't want to be disrespectful because Hennessy is a good dude and he has been a starter on this team. But it's just, we just expected bigger and better things. It's a good draft pick. I think everybody on draft day 2, said it's a good pick. You know what this guy's all about. He's got some swagger. Bergeron's a bigger dude. He's a tackle, but he's better suited as a guard. And it's an upgrade. And after all the things we've gone through the last few seasons with, let's be honest, the revolving door and guys just getting a free run at the quarterback, I didn't want to see Hennessy, lose the job and get hurt. I'd like to see him as a swing backup because he's obviously viable. So now maybe Carl would go shopping when some of the guys get cut around the league.
Yeah, I was going to say my concern now is not guard. It is backup center. Ryan Nuzell, I think, is the guy right now that could.
Started Friday. He played the whole game down there against Miami.
Okay, so if they like what he brings, okay, that may be the answer. But my concern would be if Drew, knock wood, something happened to Drew Dahlman, right. Where are we going? That we cannot take that lightly, guys. We know how weak we were years ago before, Mac got here and shored up things, Mike, and then ultimately we become a great offensive line. I'm not taking that lightly. Like, that is the guy that's got to get the ball to Ritter. I don't care if he's under center or not. I have to have that guy, and I have to have his backup ready to go. And so that is my concern. The guard situation, I think Bergeron will grow into the job, Mike. Caleb McGarry, we paid him. Matthews, you know who he is. Mm-hmm. We know, Lindstrom. That is now my concern, and I don't know if he plays the entire game tomorrow.
We'll see the starters. I think we'll probably see the starters for the first half, and I think they'll shut it down. And I think that kind of makes sense. I think we're trying to read between the lines with what Arthur's been saying to the media and some of the players. But yeah, man, Dahlman was, and by the way, Dahlman grades out really well. One of the top centers in the league. It's just the dude to the left was just a giant question mark all season.
All right, let's hear from Arthur Smith. He went on the Pat McAfee show, was talking about our offense. Listen, everybody around the league is perked up a little bit because they're curious about what this is going to be. This is what Arthur Smith said about the Falcons' offensive potential.
We have a lot of different offensive weapons. The mentality, really, the entire team. I mean, Tyler and Bijan and CP, those guys are great players, and all three of them have their own running styles. But, Bijan and CP are great all-around football players, and we've got a lot of, especially a lot of young skill guys with unique skill sets with Kyle and Drake and Jonnu, Matt Collins. I mean, we've got a diverse group of offensive weapons. And so we can attack in a lot of different ways. It's not just traditional rushing attack. I mean, Dez is another guy that can extend plays with his legs. I think when you watch us, we've got a lot of guys that are going to be fun to watch, and the way we'll deploy them is going to be unique compared to everybody else. I never wanted to be boring. I mean, that's the thing. We need to win games, but we've also got a lot of fun guys to watch play. And the offensive line as well. Those guys play with a certain mentality.
Yeah, the physicality, that was something that came up with his comments talking to the Atlanta media yesterday. The physical nature, the size, things you and I pointed out back in May, that's part of our identity. But let's be honest, they're not going to show you. We saw a couple of plays that kind of you and me raising our eyebrows at practice, but they're not going to show that in the Bengals game. They're going to save that for the regular season.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, people were tripping out, about Bijan not playing in that first preseason game. I wasn't, and I wouldn't be surprised if he plays limited action in this second game. We know. I was going to say you. You will see. We know what we've seen and what he can do. And I think you want to save that explosive nature of what this offense can be and how you're going to put him in different sets. Why am I going to give potential opponents Carolina, an idea of where I'm lining up Bijan and what I'm doing. Everything they'll do tomorrow, guys, just so you guys know, it's going to be basic. I'm not going all out and showing you everything. Now, maybe there's a series of plays or a set or two that Arthur Smith wants to see how it looks and what we're going to do. But, Mike, I cannot do that knowing this is on film and everybody's going to access it and they want to see what we're doing with Bijan. I'm not lining him up in 9 different places and saying, look what we're doing.
That's why I was joking around with Chris and the guys yesterday. I was like, man, the Dolphins ran a reverse in the second half. It's like, really? I mean, you're getting trucked by the Falcons, so they ran a reverse. So that was, if that guy explained
it was a terrible call, by the way.
Don't do that in the preseason. But yeah, man, I want to see, just see the run game. Let's just knock them over. Let's, dictate our tempo because the Bengals are considered to be a better than average defense.
Yeah.
And then, some of the standard plays from the West Coast offense, the naked bootleg to the tight end stuff, you'll see. That's kind of stuff I want to see on Friday.
Clark Phillips, by the way, was talking about Ryan Nielsen. After this first preseason game and these 2 practices with the Dolphins, right, you feel pretty good about the defense. Now, we know no Joe Burrow tomorrow. We get that. But you still want to come out, Mike, and follow that up with a couple of good series, especially for the guys that are going to get to play on the first team. Here's Clark Phillips talking about Nielsen and how tough he is on guys.
I feel like he's got both sides. I've definitely seen that tough side, like you guys say he is, attacking aggressive, but I would say he's got both sides, but he's definitely a super, super tough coach.
Yeah, and by the way, Clark Phillips is fine, right? I'm looking around the room.
He's good.
All right.
Akuda, we still don't have the definitive word on when Akuda is going to be 100%, but it's not like he's on the IR or anything, so he'll be okay.
I think so too, Mike. I think we might even see him week 1, potentially.
That'd be good.
It'd be really good. Last but not least, Matthew Bergeron. We have high expectations for him. How much better can the run game be with Bergeron at starting guard? Here's what he said about just being excited to get the opportunity.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited to get the jitters, the nervousness of the first NFL snap, out the way. So I'm excited to compete and go in there and, obviously from where I'm from, I'm just grateful to be able to be in a stadium, NFL stadium and play at this level. So I'm grateful for it.
Now, Mike, didn't the morning shift, that one day we were out there, didn't they interview him? And the kid was a lot of fun, right?
Right.
If I remember correctly. He's from Canada, and they're talking about all this different stuff with him.
Yeah, and you and I talked to him just a little, maybe 2 or 3, seconds here and there coming off the practice field. But he's got attitude. He's got swagger. And, again, the size. I think that's the thing we keep hitting on. When you see us, we are bigger. We've got depth. Although, again, don't want to see everybody get chipped away as far as our offensive line depth. But you're right. Bergeron was the guy we always wanted to see get this job. Just hate to see it at the expense of an injury to Hennessy.
All right. So that's going to shore itself up between now and that third preseason game. What about Cordero Patterson? What is going on with him?
A little banged up.
What did we know this?
So they're just saying it's been specific because remember, guys, with the Matt Hennessy thing, we saw him leave the field like the second or third day of practice, and they never said anything. And that's their prerogative. I understand, from Belichick on, coaches kind of do that bunker mentality. Arthur's no different. He doesn't owe us to tell us. But I don't know what exactly is up with Okudah, and I don't right now can tell you what's exactly up with Cordero Patterson.
All right. And again, they're not saying, when he will return, but he's going to miss, obviously, tomorrow and probably, I don't think he was going to play in the third preseason game anyway, but he'll miss some time there, Mike. Once we get past tomorrow, and we still have a lot to discuss, guys, because, there are guys who are still fighting for jobs. But then it becomes, hey, making sure everybody's healthy, you're getting the reps in you need, and then, Mike, my focus is turning to September 10th. It just is.
Yeah, and I said this in the Blitz yesterday. The Carolina Panthers.
What'd you say?
No, the Panthers, by the way, they got trucked by the Jets. The Jets' defensive front is pretty impressive if you watch Hard Knocks. But it looks like maybe not so smooth sailing for Bryce Young in that first year if they can't protect him, young man, because he's not the mobile guy that some people think he is. He wants to be in the pocket throwing.
Can I tell you guys right now what I'm doing? Hi, Ryan Nielsen. I'm bringing everybody. Let Bryce Young beat me with one-on-one coverage. And I'm not saying we do it every down. But early in the game, Mike, I'm making him uncomfortable. Week 1. Why not? Has Bryce Young shown you he can make these NFL throws against NFL corners? I mean, seriously. A lot of times when you play at Alabama, Ohio State, Mike, we talk about this. Even Georgia. Your guys on the outside are so much better that if I just throw it up, my guy's going to make a play, okay? Not in the NFL. So if I'm coming after Bryce Young, and this is just me watching to your point about Hard Knocks, Jets were destroying these guys with 4 down linemen. I don't know if we just want to do that, but, Mike, I got to make him uncomfortable early.
Right. And there was even talk yesterday, there's one of the things that came out from Arthur's comments with the media was, because we have so much depth in the D-line, you might even have Grady manageable pitch count. So Grady's not worn out by the end of the season as opposed to having to carry the defenses on his back the last 2 years.
It's a good point.
Interesting stuff, man. That's what happens when you got the money to spend on better dudes.
Yeah, we've spent a lot, but I think it's going to pay off. Yeah, I was impressed. You're right about the Jets D-line. And very few teams around the league are going to have that. But I think we are improved. And I'm just saying, like, if Bryce was frustrated in that situation, why not make him frustrated week one, Mike? Get him off of his game and maybe have him throw into a couple of mistakes. That's what I'm hoping. 404-726-0929. It is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. We got to come back and hit some headlines. We'll tell you about Atlanta United and action on Saturday. Also, we'll get into some college football conversation as well. But Desmond Ridder to take a few snaps. Get ready to take a few hits. And I hope it's not a lot of hits. I hope it's, no hits,
He wants some contact, but get in the rhythm of the game. But, I mean, look, we didn't get to see what he was doing down there in Miami. Apparently it was really good. Fans, I can't wait. Because we've been I'm not trying to convince you. We just know we're going to be better than you'll know after you see it. Just not sure, Carl, to your point, how much we're going to see of the playbook on Friday.
Headlines coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hello. It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up in less than 20 minutes, NFL Blitz is on the way. We'll let you hear Aaron Rodgers talk about that O-line and Lamar Jackson pitching plays to Todd Monken. Mike, I guess if you can't get into a conference yourself, you get lobbyists. And apparently, Condoleezza Rice and George W. Bush are lobbying on behalf of Stanford and SMU to get them into the ACC. Does that excite you?
With all due respect to W, I mean, I feel that this is a tremendous asset for your conference. You bring in Cal and Stanford, their rich traditions of never winning anything other than sports no one cares about, the Sears Trophy. Now watch me hit this drive.
Go ahead, W.
We will fight this war on. Either you're with us or you're against us. No, I got to be honest. I mean, it's nice to have powerful friends, but it just there's no marketability. And Oklahoma State, Oregon State is ranked top 25.
Yeah.
And, they're going to be winding up going from like $30 million to like $4 million in TV revenue next year when they join the Mountain West, if that's the best they can get.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But Stanford, like I said, they do have everything from water polo to tennis and golf and everything else. But, where the rubber hits the road, it's football. And, they're okay every now and again. And Cal's terrible. And part of the financial disaster that is the state of California.
Yeah, it is. Linda, that's George W.'s wife, George W. Bush. She graduated from SMU. So if you're wondering what the connection is there, and Mike's right, it's great to have powerful friends. Mm-hmm. Listen, all these universities have people that have gone on to do great things, right? Mm-hmm. And have clout and influence and money. But ultimately, this is still about these conferences making the best decision. I don't know if this is the best decision for the ACC, but I think the ACC is so afraid, Mike, of being left out in the cold.
Yeah, and I know that while you were on vacation, we'll talk about it coming up, but Carl was taking his daughter up to college. The deadline came for FSU to leave the ACC, came and went. They couldn't go anywhere. They had no leverage, as we told you. I chirped a little bit because I told you so.
Yeah.
But in this case, SMU does make sense. You get the footprint of Texas, because you'd be in a big market in Dallas-Fort Worth, and it gets you into that, TV-wise. Fricky did bring up a good point for the ACC. If the Big Ten was going to steal anybody, it might be Virginia and North Carolina, because with the ESPN's deal with them, it's more marketable because now you're getting that footprint of Carolina and which, of course, in basketball more than anything.
Right.
But still, Florida State, to the casual fan, FSU and Clemson are the teams you want. But they don't necessarily meet the academic standards, which unofficially the Big Ten apparently throws out there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I just, again, this is what you're going to hear, though, as this expansion continues. Who is lobbying on behalf of who? And right now, apparently, Condoleezza Rice and George W. Bush are saying adding Stanford and SMU would be good for the ACC.
I think we should drive a Mustang to the ACC. I'll hang up and listen.
It's Dukes and Bell. Big Bo's behind the glass. He is our engineer. Of course, Turtle behind the glass as well. He is our executive producer. Big Bo, by the way, I want to hear your experience with these Yankee fans over the last few days, all right? I know you were at the stadium. I want to hear it. We will get to that coming up. But right now, let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
Hitting the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
How about them Braves, baby? How about them?
I can just hear a Yankee fan. You know what? $27.50 for a gin and tonic is cheaper than Yankee Stadium.
Let me hear Eddie Rosario go deep.
Here is Eddie Rosario. And Eddie to left center. Pretty well struck. So well struck that it is gone. Eddie Money has left the building, and it's 2-0 Atlanta.
It was just a few short years ago we were chanting, Eddie, Eddie. You remember? And he was coming through. I mean, he was just so clutch. Mike, maybe he's getting all of that back as we head towards the postseason.
Well, obviously his eyeballs are functioning better now. He's seeing the ball. He's a little streaky at times. But if Rosario's gone through his little mini slump and Ozuna's gone through his little hiccup and it's smooth sailing, and remember, Ozuna doubles to right before Rosario hits the home run. I'm Ozuna from the Braves. He is Eddie Money. So if those guys continue to play that way,
I'm happy for that.
Yeah, man. Then there is no weak spot in this lineup.
Biggest surprise of the season, Ozuna. Say it. It's the biggest surprise of the season. Hands down.
Opening day, we're trying to find a way to get rid of this guy. Literally, can we hire a hitman to bump off Ozuna and get the contract off the books? And then the dude just has been raking. Like the guy is contributing, and I think if you're still in your bag over Ozuna, I don't know what to say. And then, of course, also Arcia. They remember all the controversy about Vaughn Grissom, and Arcia signs this minuscule contract by Brave standards, and he's been balling too.
Yeah. I mean, the investment into Ozuna and to stand by him right? And then to start the season the way we did in April, where he hit like 085, biggest surprise of the season has been Marcell Ozuna.
I'm Ozuna from the break.
Yes, we know who you are now. We know who you are. Can I hear Clark Phillips from our Falcons talking about, as a rookie, you can't get down on yourself, Mike, and this is why we like this kid. He's never too high, never too low.
Just learning from your mistakes. For me as a rookie, going to make mistakes, still trying to learn the scheme, the system, and everything. But just, not getting down on yourself, staying, even kill, if you will, and just playing hard and playing aggressive and attacking aggressive.
Atlanta, this kid exudes confidence. I'm telling you. Like, he walks past you. He's like 5'5". The kid looks at you like, what you looking at? Like, that's how confident he is.
To me, Clark Phillips is like Brent Grimes. Remember Grimesy? I just think it's the same kind of vibe. Now, Grimes could leap through let's be honest, Carl, he could dunk a basketball. This guy was amazing. But Clark Phillips, he'll take on anybody. And remember the rivalry with him and Drake this summer?
Yeah.
It was more interesting moments in camp.
I agree. I like him a lot. I think he's going to help our club. I'm glad he's healthy and okay. But he's right. You can't get too down on yourself as a rookie. Hey, what is going on with Bill Belichick, Mike? They signed Ezekiel Elliott. Now, think about the running backs, right, that have been signed. We're going to talk more about this in the Blitz. But Dalvin now has a home. Zeke in a Patriots uniform, new number. So Bill Belichick was asked, like, hey, how are you going to use this guy?
Spent time with him in the last night and on the trip to terminology and plays and protections, things like that. We'll work him in there when he's ready and see how that goes.
Okay. Ramondre Stevenson out of Oklahoma.
Still the dude.
He's still the dude there, but Zeke can, all good teams have got depth at running back. $6 million, a little more than I expected he was going to get. 8.6 for Dalvin Cook to go to the Jets. Didn't have to find a way to sneak him into the Hard Knocks broadcast on Tuesday night, but I think that's a great fit. I know you and I were talking about him. I just think, first, keep him off other teams' roster, and another valuable weapon. You got a great running back duo now in New York.
No excuses, Mike, for the Jets.
Right.
No excuses. By the way, fantasy guy, I'm looking at Big Bo. How early do you take Stevenson? Is he one of the first backs off the board?
Stevenson should be one of the first backs off the board. He is going incredibly late, like third round. Like that's the guy. If you go wide receiver, get you some Ramondre Stevenson. You will not be disappointed, especially in PPR. Dude, he's a beast.
Okay.
Hey, and while we're on the subject, talking about this with one of our buddies in my fantasy league, Algier is still going to be worth drafting, but they got Algier all the way out like in the 6th and 7th rounds now.
Well, that's about where he should be.
Right.
I don't think this is going to be an A and B situation. Algier is going to be the backup. Let's face it. He's going to be a good handcuff. If you do end up with Bijan, but
it's Bijan.
Yeah, I've heard.
Bijan's first round talent. Algier is going to be the backup.
Okay.
Yeah, just taste his mustard. You'll find out.
Could Algier be a poor man's Fournette in the red zone?
Oh, sure. He's definitely going to vulture some red zone touchdowns, of course.
Right. Yeah. But that's where you're rolling the dice from a fantasy standpoint.
See, guys, we're full complimentary show. We're helping fantasy owners as well as we talk about what's going on around the NFL. Yeah, Zeke goes there, but I would be careful about drafting him. That's why I'm asking you about Stevenson. Yeah, I'd be very careful about where you might draft him. Hey, Braves are off today. We sweep the Yankees. We said this coming in. Next is the Giants for 3 games, Mike. I feel good about it. I just feel good about where we're at right now. 2 weeks ago, I said I didn't like the trend and the way things were going. The starting pitching is snapped out of it, and now I feel a lot better about where we're at.
Yeah, I still don't like rolling out a chorizo every 5th day, but I'd love to see Soroka. We already covered that on the show. But you'll see Alex Cobb versus Spencer Strider. And I think at some point it's Logan Webb against the aforementioned chorizo. And I think from what I saw on the Giants website, they may go bullpen on Sunday. Bullpen start.
Okay. Wow. That'll be interesting. What about Atlanta United, Mike? Back in action Saturday against Seattle.
Yeah, I'm a trader, man. I was this close to pulling the trigger on a Messi jersey.
He's been incredible.
I said this at the end of the show yesterday. It's everything we were in 17 and 18.
You're right.
Tata's got it cooking. Joseph looks like, you surround Joseph with some of the best players in the world, and he shows out. They just beat one of the best teams in MLS like they weren't even there on the road. Yeah, man, but meanwhile, us. Oh, yeah. Looks like Almada's going to get, Almada's going to wear the 10, and that means you're the best player on the team, which you should have been wearing anyway.
Are you saying you can't get, if you've liked Messi all these years, and you have.
I'm a Messi man, yeah.
Well, you have every right to get the jersey,
yes,
or the kit.
Now, it's funny. They're the best, worst team in the league. Now, they've got to basically win every game to make the playoffs, but they've got a chance to win 2 trophies ever since Messi and Busquets. Everybody's come over now. It's unbelievable. This team is impressive. Back to us. We're in action. Mike and Jason have the call in Seattle, and we're hoping that Yakamakis, I am your ghost. we'll stay healthy and we can contribute to a run to solidify a playoff spot.
Yeah, I totally agree.
But
That
I got Messi and I got Inter envy.
That's very funny. Sunday, right? Atlanta United at Seattle.
Yep.
Saturday, okay, on the schedule here it says Sunday, but yes, 10 o'clock pregame, kicks at 10:30, all right, Saturday night. So, yeah, we're watching just because, again, and we're listening here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Oh, thank you, Chris. Chris corrected me. It's Sunday. I read from the script here.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Thank you, Chris. No, it says Sunday,
right.
8:20. All right, so Atlanta United Sunday at Seattle. Pregame's at 10. That's p.m. Kicks at 10:30. We just want to make sure you're correct and you know where you're going. But, Mike, we're paying attention because this team's had a monster break. They made some changes. Let's see what this is all about. And Garth Lagerwey has come on here and said, hey, we feel like we're going to be better. So I want to see it.
We brought a dude from Turkey. We brought a dude from Georgia, as in the other Georgia, on the Black Sea. And we'll see what these guys are all about. How quickly can they come together? They've had a few weeks now to do it.
Falcons again tomorrow, guys, pregame at 5:30 here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, taking on Cincinnati. We're going to talk more about it in the Falcon Report coming up at 5 o'clock and getting you all caught up on what we expect tomorrow. Hey, one other thing I do want to mention as we talk about the Braves, just Matt Olson, we mentioned he's chasing 60 home runs. And he's not chasing it. He's on pace to hit 58. He could easily get to 60. But Mike mentioned it. I think Acuna is still the front runner for MVP. What about Strider for Cy Young right now?
Heck yeah. See, that's the thing. Do you want to mess with it? We'll talk more about this later at 5:40 in our Brave segment. But do you want to mess with the guys, Cy Young candidacy, or do you say, who gives up about the Cy Young? We're trying to win another World Series here. And a guy that, every time...
So you'd leave him out there longer?
I see, that's the thing. I'm because of if you got the bullpen, it's a catch-22. If you're going to start to manage these guys' innings, then you're putting more pressure on the bullpen. The wear and tear then shifts to those guys. So I want to see everybody get all the accolades, but I just want to see this team have 3 healthy starters as we roll into October.
All right, who's comfortable with their quarterback room in the NFL? Find out who we're talking about coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and Odyssey.com.
I got to give love to the Braves. They're the best team in baseball, so they're kicking our butts.
and Bell.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Oh, we are still celebrating how we beat up on these New York teams today. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. 78-42, that's our record. Yankees are 60-61. And, well, the Mets, Mike, the Mets are the Mets. But, boy, how good did it feel to do what we did over the last 3 days?
Like we said this earlier, the Yankees hadn't won the big one now since 2009 was the last World Series championship, Chris. So, yeah, and, they make it easy to dislike. Hey, Tony, there's nothing stupid as sounding a Southern accent. Maybe we'll go hit the PBR bar later after Judge goes, well, maybe Judge will get a hit. Hey! It just I grew up in New York. My father was a Brooklyn Dodger fan, and the Dodgers were always they were the second citizens, and the Yankees were obviously big money, and it's easy not to like them. But now when you look at those two big payrolls, to your point, the Mets and the Yankees, and maybe it's going to be time for whichever Steinbrenner owns it now to pull the plug on Cashman and Boone and restart.
I think, Mike, the thing for us is, and this is what we should be proud of. The way our team is constructed versus the way those teams are constructed is completely different. And again, Yankees for years, it's no secret, they've thrown money at everything, right? They've thrown money at, we need pitching. And the Mets attempted to do that, and it didn't work. But, Mike, it is the makeup of your team. Think about all of the guys that are homegrown and that are signed for long-term here, and think about how the Yankees are made up, and more importantly, the Mets. And the Mets are retooling. Now, they've already told us it'll be 2026 before they think they'll be competitive again. So it just let's revel in this in a good way. We've not won a World Series, but in the same year where we destroy the Mets in our division, the Yankees come in here and we sweep them out. And, Mike, more importantly, you're talking about outscoring them, 16-3 in the first two games, and then we won last night 2-0. So that's 18-3 in 3 games.
Yeah, man. One thing for certain, eventually the Braves payroll, we've talked about this, it does start to jump. And when you get into the year 2025, all of a sudden the Braves find themselves, Carl, in that top 5 in payroll. So we are slowly getting up there. And that's why, we lock dudes up. Alex Anthopoulos says, let's bet on the come with these guys as if we're playing craps. And eventually, though, it's interesting. Are we going to give Max Fried that big-time contract? Final year of his arbitration eligible. And I'm just curious, because we just seem to have an aversion to give pitchers the big money.
I don't want to take away from anything that's going on with this season. But I will tell you guys this. He's 30. And he has injury history. And as much as I would love for them to pay him and say, you deserve this because of what you've meant to our franchise, I will remind you, they walked away from Dansby and they walked away from Freddie.
Right.
Now, and I say Freddie had an option, but at the end of the day, they weren't going to budge on what the price they were willing to pay. And, Mike, my guess is there will be a price that they're willing to pay for Fried. And if it's not that, it's not going to happen.
And I was off by a year. 2025, the Braves are top 10 in payroll. It's 2026 where everything starts to escalate and all those contracts they doled out. That's when the Braves become number 4 in payroll in 2026. So it'll be, and so just thinking a few moves ahead, how would they handle Max Fried? And you talked about it's not a slam dunk. Maybe it was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to say it's going to happen, but I hope it does. We have plenty of time to worry about that. And guess what? If Fried does Fried things in this postseason, it helps his cause.
Right on. Exactly right. Kyle Wright, too, by the way. I mean, we still got a few more years to worry about him, but Fried first.
All right, guys, it's Dukes and Bell. Let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
Oh, they're already talking, Mike. Dalvin Cook, I think we can be special. Listen, I've heard so much stuff about the Jets, and if you haven't watched episode 2 of Hard Knocks, okay, it's good. Except for the fact that, they throw their O-line under the bus. But Dalvin Cook feels like they can be special. Michael Carter's there. Breece Hall's there. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers is there. Is this going to be too much hype for the Jets to overcome with all the things now that people are starting to say, they added Dalvin Cook? How good are they going to be?
Well, again, Dalvin Cook can't run through a hole that's not there. You got to provide that. An offensive line it'd be interesting to see if they try to upgrade maybe when some cuts do happen around the league. I talked about this with Frankie yesterday. If you watch Hard Knocks on Tuesday, I don't know if you had a chance to see it yet.
I did.
How about when Robert Saleh basically stops practice after they're getting smoked by Carolina, and he goes, we're 7-10, we're one of the best defense in the league, and our offense stinks. I'm not going to another year of this. And he's basically telling it like it is. Offensive line, get your together, which they did in the preseason game.
I'm not sure about Robert Saleh.
He is wrapped tight.
I'm not sure about Robert Saleh. This head coaching thing, listen, there are guys who are very comfortable in their own skin, and you have the ownership group behind you, Mike. In this case, for him, it'd be basically one guy. But it's almost as if Aaron Rodgers says something and then he reacts to it. Now, if this is just for TV, so be it. But I have to believe, like, Aaron's like, oh, that play wasn't any good. And it's almost like Robert Saleh goes, that play wasn't any good. Oh, this O-line's not any good. Saleh, this O-line's not any good. He's reacting to Aaron Rodgers, and I'm going, what are you doing?
Now, again, a lot of this also the way they edit it does kind of create that narrative. So that's why teams hate the fact that cameras are. That's why nobody wants it. But, yeah, I'm just curious. Sean McDermott's another guy. I think Sean McDermott's wrapped a little too – you're holding on too tight, Maverick. So we're going to find out. Pressure, baby. How do you deal with it?
Yeah. Listen, we can talk about how good of a coach he is and all this stuff. When you are the guy – I'm not talking about D.C., okay? He was a great D.C. for the 49ers. And, again, he has ties to even guys that were here with Dan Quinn. Jeff Ulbrich is there with him as the D.C. and with the Jets. He was here with us, guys. He was here with Dan Quinn. There are a lot of ties, to this Jet staff. My point is...
Marquand Manuel's on that staff.
Yes, he is. I just don't know if he's the guy.
Now, you see all the lovey-dovey stuff between Nathaniel Hackett and Aaron Rodgers. What happens if Hackett starts calling stupid stuff? Is Aaron going, I squashed it. Like LeBron did with Dave Blatt. It's all good until things ain't working. But we'll see. That's what makes them a compelling story. And after the first episode, I thought the second one was much more interesting.
I did too.
Hard Knocks. Yeah.
Let's hear from Aaron Rodgers talking about better up front. He did crush his O-line, okay? And then he had to walk it back a little bit because guys were in their fields.
I thought we played a lot better up front today. Still missing Dwayne, obviously. Lakin didn't practice today. We had Joe doing some center stuff yesterday. So it's a work in progress. I feel like it was Rich maybe asked a question about the continuity of the guys playing together. And I was thinking maybe we'd start to figure some stuff out. Obviously, it hasn't happened yet. There's jobs up for grabs. So that's the beauty in camp, but also the struggle is in talking with, a couple of the guys. We just need some continuity at some point so guys can feel comfortable playing together. Maybe that's the end of next week. Maybe it's the week that we have in between the season and the last preseason game, but jobs are up for grabs.
He's referring, by the way, to New York's version of D-Led. Rich Cimini, longtime beat writer in New York. That's why he's asking questions.
By the way, Dwayne Brown's old. Okay, I mean I know they're waiting on him. Right. But that's their. You're our last hope, Obi-Wan. That's their last hope at left tackle is Dwayne Brown at 37.
Well, I don't know if you noticed this, and I'm watching this practice, and I'm going to make sure I get it right. Looking at the Jets depth chart, I thought I saw Wes Schweitzer.
You did.
And I was like,
you did?
Oh, that can't be good for your depth chart. No disrespect, but Wes was one of those guys for years here in Atlanta. We used to argue about just what exactly is our left guard. Remember the guard battle? And it would be like him and, as after Levitre, but we asked Dan Quinn for weeks on end, and he had no answers because Schweitzer couldn't stay and win the job.
You're right. No, he's there. That wasn't some kind of illusion.
Right.
Hey, let's hear from Lamar Jackson because he's talking about Todd Monken. A lot of people excited about where the Ravens offense is going to be. It's our NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Men's Priority Men's Medical Center. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Here's what Lamar said he pitched to Todd Monken.
Actually, I was just on social media, and I seen like a couple of routes. And I sent it to Coach T, and he was like, he going to relay the message to Coach Monken. And Coach Monken liked the play, so he put it in practice. We didn't show it today, but I feel like it'll be good for us.
So now we're going to the internet to get plays, huh? That's what we're doing. What was that damn fan football league? You remember where the fans called the plays and guys tried to execute the play? What are we doing, Lamar?
Fan-controlled football.
Yes, you remember that?
Now, here's the deal. We said this the other day. The guy that got him the MVP got fired because apparently they don't laugh at the same jokes anymore and things aren't working. Nothing to do with the fact they got every running back injured one year and the wide receivers aren't any good. This year, Todd Monken comes into a situation with Odell Beckham Jr. and better players. You guys still got Mark Andrews there. I do think Lamar is going to have a huge bounce back year, but hey, go with what works. You might as well. That's what you remember you and I used to say about Matt Ryan. Why are you treating Matt Ryan like he's not the guy who's been here for 12 years?
True.
Play to his strengths and roll with it.
Yeah, I totally agree. We'll see. We're going to find out pretty quickly about that offense. Hey, Ron Rivera, Mike, says he feels comfortable about his quarterback room.
He had a really good day. We're really pleased with it after having to watch the tape. And we'll see how it is after we get a chance to watch this tape together. You know, we're traveling today, so we'll sit down tomorrow and go through it and talk about Sam and really just evaluate that. and evaluate Jacoby as well. I mean, Jacoby did some really good things too, so we feel really comfortable about the quarterback room right now.
Well, at least he didn't throw any coaches under the bus, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, at least you didn't mention a guy that, Eric Bieniemy, that thing still made no sense how that played out last week. It is, when you got Jacoby Brissett, I mean, you got a guy that can maybe pop for a half, maybe give you a couple of wins, but to me, he's like Fitzpatrick, and the wheels are going to come off. And Sam Howell, a lot of athleticism out of Carolina. Third string, by the way, is From Time. Jake Fromm. But, yeah, I got to be honest. For D.C., that's not exactly the most scintillating quarterback battle, is it?
No. And by the way,
that's not exactly Steve Young and Joe Montana.
Well, you got to figure out if Howell can play.
Right.
First and foremost, if he's going to be there next year. Listen, if the Commanders stink, Ron Rivera's gone. He's gone.
Well, we got Desmond Ridder with 4 games under his belt. They got Sam Howell with 1 game under his belt. 11 of 19 for a touchdown and a pick in his only play last year.
By the way, for those who are wondering what Fromm time is, when Jake Fromm took over as the quarterback for Georgia, we had a running bit that we used to do with Georgia fans, basically trading Fromm in, or trading, what was the kid's name?
It was Jacob Eason.
Jacob Eason.
Remember Mark Richt used to fly out to Washington State every other week? Wakey, eggs and bakey, Jakey. And then later on, and one thing I love, and it's not a shot, it's just a fact, Georgia fans will turn on their quarterback like rabid dogs. It happens all the time. And it was, Fromm time! Warner Roberts, one of us! Get him out there.
That's what it
was.
was.
Some West Coast dude.
That's it. We need Fromm!
And that's why Dylan Raiola, he's from Buford now. He's one of us.
That's so right. True. Hey, man, meanwhile, Coach Frank Reich says he liked what he saw from former Alabama star in terms of managing the offense, making good decisions. We're talking about Bryce Young. Young is expected to take the same number of snaps that he did against the Jets in preseason game number 2. Obviously, we want to have some success out there, move the ball, blah, blah, blah. We can't lose the first game. Have I said this already? We cannot lose against
Carolina.
Carolina.
We don't have it. I mean, our defense is a huge upgrade. The Jets, Quinnen Williams is like
a monster.
Force.
Monster.
But if you did take anything from that Hard Knocks episode, and we looked at Carolina's got that's an area of concern for. I read the Carolina fan blog. They're saying the same thing. Bryce Young's going to get killed if they don't improve.
Well, listen. Hi, Arthur. Hi, Ryan. We cannot lose the first game. Okay?
Yeah.
If you guys don't think there's any pressure on us to come out of this offseason with all the money we've spent and coming into a season where we're talking about Mercedes-Benz being filled up, Mike.
Right.
We picked Bijan Robinson, the most exciting player as a rookie in the NFL this year. There is pressure to deliver on September 10th for the Atlanta Falcons.
If we lose to the Carolina Panthers, don't you pull the I got food poisoning routine.
I'm sick.
Okay, because
I'm sick that day.
I got to get a knee replacement. Hey, Mike Conti, they just fit me in last minute.
For a knee replacement.
Because I don't want to be on the radio if we lose to Carolina week 1.
Sick.
Right.
No, am I off base on this?
No, I thought defense. It's one of the things we talked about with Fricky yesterday. Is I think this defense is going to set the tone. I think we're going to be physical. We're going to be knocking guys' blocks off this year, man.
We better.
Starting with Bryce Young.
Starting with Bryce Young. NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Coming up, Braves fans, do you rest any of these guys? We're coasting. Are you going to attempt to give some guys a few days off? Or does it affect how you might play in winning? We're going to talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's Dukes and Bell.
Lord, have mercy.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
A sweep of the Yankees has us thinking a lot of things. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. As we mentioned tomorrow, preseason football, Falcons and Cincinnati. Pregame's at 5:30, kicks at 7:30 here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. But, Mike, you try to balance as you go through these special seasons of staying competitive, keeping the fight, continuing to win, but also making sure that your guys are rested for what is up and coming. And, you know, with the Braves coasting right now, again, I'm not saying, you know, it's over, but it kind of is. When or if do you decide to consider resting players that could be up for either milestones, records? We just talked about Matt Olson. You resting Matt Olson and he's chasing 60 home runs?
Yeah, and, you know, look, he seems to be, all these guys, not good, pretty durable. You know, hasn't really been a concern. So, yeah, I think you continue to let him rake. One thing for certain is, and you and I have debated this, I think in baseball, we saw it last year, Phillies got hot at the right time. It's almost like the Braves beat the Mets for the division. It was like, whew, and there was still more to be done. And it seems like Philly just got hot at the right time.
They did.
You know, the Marlins have had that happen a few times in this division. So, I want guys playing. We've always used in football, I know it's apples to oranges, the John Abrahams player not playing Week 16. You know, Smitty played him. He got hurt. Wasn't the same guy in the playoffs that year. Maybe cost us a trip to the Super Bowl. But I think you want to have everybody firing. The only thing was the pitching is Morton. Maybe you let Morton because you can expand the roster on September 1st. That's when Soroka or, you know, Kobe Allard, those guys can maybe spell Morton so he's fresh. How about that?
I like it.
And then,
I like it.
And then only thing for Strider is because, you know, every pitch Strider throws, you know, after I think middle of September will be the most pitches ever thrown in the bigs. So that's a concern too. And the same goes for Bryce Elder.
Yeah, I mean, part of me is, and Chris, can we get a poll question up? I'm just wondering about this with Braves fans and how we feel Braves country. Part of me is let guys continue to do what they've done. Whatever it is Acuna's doing, and if he's going to run away with this MVP thing, let him do it. He's crushing the ball. You know, he's hitting over 300. We know he's on base all the time. He lives on base. We understand, you know, the steals milestone that's potentially in place for him to capture. Maybe you let him do all of those things. Spencer Strider, Mike, he's chasing a Cy Young. We all think that that's going to happen with these great pitchers every year. It doesn't. It didn't happen for Smoltz every year. It didn't happen for Maddox every year, even though they had stretches where they were just great, and you went, obviously he deserves it. But if you have a chance to win a Cy Young, Mike, you can't let your foot off the gas.
No.
You got to let these guys go. So for everyone who's saying, hey, maybe we should rest some of these guys and get ready for the playoffs, and we'll put it up at Dukes and Bell 929. I'm not resting Olson. His bat's too hot, and if he goes into a slump for whatever reason, and I hope he doesn't, Mike, let him do it before the playoffs start. I don't want him to take a break. Yeah. You giving him, you know, every 1 week a day off, and then all of a sudden he goes into a slump, and now he's trying to work his way back out of it.
Olson had that bad slump, and was like this next to last week in August, I want to say last year.
He did,
and that kind of, you know, and then he got back on track. He was one of the guys who did the job against the Phils. The thing is, remember, Fried had the stomach thing. That's just, you know, that's just crazy odds of that happening again. That's just 1 in a million. But last year with Strider, he did strain his tummy, an oblique, you know. And do you say, look, I gotta maybe
with the way he pitches?
Yeah, because he's, you know, I don't give a flip about the postseason awards. I know the Braves fans certainly do. I want to win the World Series. The only trophy that matters is the one with all the pennants.
Shut him down, Mike Bell says. Shut him down.
Monitor and manage the innings. But,
okay.
But the only thing is you get to bring up, we got what? You can bring up 5 more guys. A roster goes up to 29, 4 more guys. So you could bring up, and maybe this is why, as I said to you earlier, that's why they've been sandbagging with Soroka. That because on September 1st, you can bring Soroka up, and he's only got so many times you can send him up and down before he goes to waivers. Then you got, Alan Winans has done a really nice job. We've already talked about him. Maybe you bring up stick with AJ Smith-Shawver. I'm looking at the names, but Soroka is the one that kind of sticks out at you right now. They got a guy named Grant Holmes, but I just bring him some other pitchers in different roles so the bullpen is fresh as well. How about that?
I like it. What do you guys think? And again, I'm not telling you that we're not playing everybody as we normally would, but as you start to monitor days off, with the scheduling, and you start to think about who's played a lot of games. It's a long season, man. Yeah, like 162.
Ben Heller. Get Ben Heller back up as middle relief set up just to take some load off because you can do that with the expanded roster.
Yeah.
I'd like to do that.
And maybe give guys a couple of days in the month of September to keep them fresh as we head into October. There's nothing wrong with this. But if you do it, you have to know that maybe some guys, with the momentum they have, and we're talking about Olsen and Acuna and some of these guys, it may have an effect. And I don't know if I want to do that. What do you guys think? 404-726-0929. You guys can hit us up on our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. This is, by the way, a great place to be in. We're not worried about chasing the wild card. We're not worried about, hey, we're third or fourth in our division. We have put ourselves in position with the run we've made, 78-42, with the way that we've played, that now we have options, Mike, that we can make decisions like this, and this is going to be on Snit. I mean, Snit's got to make these decisions and say, screw that, I'm playing everybody, and we're going to keep doing what we're doing. But then if we poop out in the playoffs, people are going to say, well, why did we rest guys?
Well, the other thing is, I mentioned those 4 games we got with the Dodgers. That's big, too, for home field in the National League as a number 1 seed. So the Dodgers right now are 73-46, and we're 78-42. So that's also important, too. If the Dodgers, they're on a nice run right now, by the way. They won their last 10 in a row, has L.A. So you want to maybe say, I got to be number 1 because I don't have to go to Los Angeles, right?
Right. No.
And in a best of 7 and have to play more games there. So there's a concern. But I just think it's there's always the 2 different schools of thought. Sometimes managers overthink it and it screws up the momentum. That's another thing. Maybe just keep on doing what you're doing.
Polls up. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. But you guys may feel differently. Braves should blank with their starters as the regular season wraps up. Rest all the starters periodically. You don't rest everybody every day. Play all the starters. Only sit the taxed pitchers, which Mike was talking about, some of these guys.
That's what I voted for.
And then play the award contenders, meaning guys that are up for something special in their careers. Play them. Acuna, we can't expect Acuna to be this guy every single year. He's not going to chase 70 stolen bases every single year. But this year he is, Mike, and I think you got to take advantage of that.
So right now, Strider last year pitched 131 innings. He's already pitched 139. So he's 8 innings more than he's ever pitched before in his brief MLB career.
So, and here's the thing, and I've always said this because all these old vets and old heads always told me, like, until you pitch 200 innings, you don't know what that's about, right? You don't know if your body and what that feels like to pitch 200 innings. Mike just said he's at 139. That's a lot of innings to get to.
I'm just saying, and look, I hate pitch counts. I hate where baseball's gone. You can thank Steven Strasburg for all that nonsense.
Yep.
But now that you look at, again, you lost to the Phillies because Strider wasn't 100% last year. Plain and simple.
So is he the number 1 guy in this pitching staff that I need 100%?
Strider's my number 1 guy.
I'm with you.
In the words of Jack, you are my number 1
I agree.
guy. It's Strider, Fried, Morton for me.
All right. So if he's the number 1 guy that I need to have ready for the postseason, Mike, then I got to monitor him.
Right. And look, he'll have, and the other idea, he may have more chances to win that Cy Young Award, although some people say it only comes around once in a while, so go. But here's the thing, as a fan, I don't care about the individual awards. Only thing that matters is another parade. And hopefully they slow the bus down on Peachtree this time.
I don't know if Strider would. I'm guessing, Spencer, you don't care about this. Maybe you do. I mean, but I would guess, Mike, if you ask these guys, if we asked Matt Olson with where he came from, you got a chance to win a World Series. Ronald Acuna, who was not a part of the run, okay, because he was injured. You got a chance to win a World Series versus the MVP. Or Spencer Strider, hey, you've got a chance to win a World Series over being Cy Young Award winner. Would they all pick the World Series?
I would like to think they'd take the World Series. And by the way, I just looked it up while you're talking. Strider, he pitched 7 innings against the Mets, 6 2/3, 6 yeah. So he's getting into the 7th inning consistently now. So that's good in his development, but I just need him to be at maximum performance when we play that the first round.
I really wonder what the Braves number is. Like, is there a number where they go, he's going to pitch 158 innings, and then we're gonna back off this thing?
No, I get it. It's like the days of Smoltz, to his point, or Tom. And by the way, Smoltz has been so much fun to listen to on the broadcast on Bally Sports with Frenchie. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But as you said it, Smoltz said there's only one way to learn by doing. But they're so over concerned now with the mechanics and you're messing up the elbow and the shoulder, so they don't do it like they used to.
Going to be interesting. You guys can go vote. Poll questions up at Dukes and Bell 929. And again, no wrong answers. It's just how you would approach this. We all feel like when we're sitting at home watching these games going, oh, well, what is Snit doing? Okay, well, Snit has some decisions here coming up over the next few weeks that will affect this team. And if you chase some of these milestones, Mike, if you chase some of these awards, it may affect how hot guys are going to be heading into the postseason because you put all this energy into trying to get this stuff, and then it's like, whoo, you're pooped.
Yeah, and I get it. I mean, it'd be really cool to have an MVP and the home run king on the same team. But again, it's like when we talk about football teams, I don't root. I have certain guys I pull a little bit more for, but I root for the logo on the side of the lid. I root for the Braves, man, and a tomahawk.
So you don't want Ritter throwing for 5,200?
I don't care. Well, if he's my fantasy quarterback, I do.
You don't want Ritter with 35 touchdowns?
Hell yeah. But individual achievements, the NFL, no one really, let's be honest, nobody cares about those numbers. It's not like baseball. Baseball is the one sport where all the individual numbers matter.
No, it's true. Because you can be, and we've said this, Cooper Kupp broke all these records, didn't win the MVP, right? He won the Triple Crown and receiving yards, touchdowns, did not win the MVP, to your point. So it is different. But I want to be careful to not be ready to go into the playoffs playing our best baseball.
I think Sticker's got a handle on it. I just, again, if you want to get a sports psychologist in and explain what happened to the Braves last year, did you expend so much energy in beating the Mets and you took the Phillies for granted?
Well, we were down 10, right?
It just came down to you had a couple guys that didn't hit against the Phillies. And, oh, by the way, 2 of your 3 best pitchers couldn't do the job.
Yeah, but was that rest-oriented?
Yeah, that's why we're talking about the things we're talking about. Maybe you monitor it through September, let some of the guys from Gwinnett eat some of those innings, and everybody's good to go.
GMC ATL, appreciate you listening. He says, put them up, see Dukes, play them. Maybe they get some pitching rest and an occasional day off in the field, but I don't want to mess with their momentum.
Right.
Okay. Hey, coming up, Yeah Man, No Man's on the way. Make sure you get some Hey Man Ale, guys. It's at Publix. If they don't have it, ask for it. They'll get it in the state of Georgia, anywhere in Publix, at your local package store as well. Make sure you check out the watermelon lime as well. Yeah Man, No Man's next.
It's Dukes and Bell.
Lord, have mercy.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Lots of guys chiming in on the Braves and being in a position of power. We have choices and decisions to make. How we're going to, do the rest of this month and a half or so before the end of the season. And it's interesting. A lot of guys saying, Mike, on the text line at 404-726-0929. You can vote online as well at Dukes and Bell 929. Just saying, let's not mess with this, man. Let's not mess with it.
Well, two things real quick before we get to Chris. You will get Kyle Wright, according to Grant McCauley, around the second week of September.
Okay.
So he may have time, maybe 3 starts. See, that's another thing. Is Kyle Wright going to be involved in your postseason starting rotation? That's right. That's why I was bellyaching at the deadline. But that would be one of your spots. You get 28, so it's 3 extra spots, 29 if you got a doubleheader coming up when they expand the roster on September 1st. Maybe Soroka comes, and we talk about some of those other guys in Gwinnett.
All right, guys, more to get to coming up. 4 o'clock, we're going to talk to our buddy Rusty Manziel on 3 Network. He's on the Steakhouse as well. We'll talk some college football with him. But right now, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
All right, what's going on, Turtle? How we doing? Tell me again, Turtle.
There goes the no-hitter.
Tell me again, Turtle, what's going on? Oh, I still can't hear you.
So right now, it's like a Japanese movie. We cannot kill Godzilla with the atomic weapon.
I see his lips moving, but I can't.
Hello?
Hey! There we go. What's going on?
Well, first of all, Carl, I think a lot of us in the audience, including myself, we want to know, how are you doing, man?
It's been a tough 24. It wasn't a tough 72, okay? But a tough 24 based on getting home, dropping my daughter off at the University of Kentucky and getting her settled and moved in. The ride home was fine. We were cracking jokes and having fun, and my wife's complaining about my driving like most women do when they're with their husbands.
I'm used to that.
You're too close to this truck. Okay, whatever.
How long was that drive, by the way?
It's 5. It's about 5 hours. But got home and literally, and I'm going to tell this story and try not to break down here, but got home, and I'm glad you asked, Turtle, because I need to share this. I need to get this off my chest.
Dad's doing this all over the country in the Southeast.
We were just doing normal things. We got home, we're, getting the mail, and, we're putting stuff away. Pets come, hey! And then there was a moment where I asked my wife, I said, you all right? She's standing in the kitchen, and she just broke down. And at that point, we hugged each other, and we cried for about 15 minutes.
Oh, man. And
I did, not because I was feeling that moment, but I did because she was feeling what she was feeling. And I know what that is. It's the emptiness. You feel like a piece of you. You left a piece of you wherever you went with your kid, right? It's just you come home, and you're so used to just having them. And, Mike, I know what she invested into our daughter. I know how much she gave of herself. I'm not just talking about this year. I'm talking about just over the last 18 years. And it just crushed her. And I know. And so, man, that part was as real as it gets for about 15 minutes. And then I tried to, break the ice and say, well, let's go drink.
Okay, fellow empty nester, how about a cocktail?
Let's go have a beer, So, but that last 24 was probably tough, but a great experience and a lot of fun. But thank you for asking, man. And I know, to Mike's point, a lot of parents are going through this, or you have gone through this, and you know exactly where I'm coming from. And there's no describing it until you do it. Like, I can tell you all about it, but when you experience that, there's nothing like that until you've done it. So that's where I'm at, man. Last night, the best thing that happened, this is crazy, and I guess I'll be looking forward to this. She FaceTimed us last night, and it was the best thing at like 10:30 at night. Bring! What are y'all doing? Oh, what are you doing? I felt like a kid.
Yeah.
So we all will get through it, but yeah, man, it's a good time and a time of pride and excitement, but it also is very sad in that way.
Mike told me that he has that same feeling about missing sugar right now.
Well,
it's just an empty feeling.
And let me say this about Mike Bell. I got to say this because a lot of people hit me up and have asked me, friends, and, I've had close friends, and Mike Bell hit me up and was like, hey, man, how's it going? What's going on? And he said he didn't want to intrude, but I really appreciate you reaching out and letting me just saying, hey, brother, how you doing?
Right. And you're my boy, man, and I love you like a brother. And it's just I got a bunch of friends going through the same thing. I got high school buddies. I got a friend in my neighborhood just took his kid over to Auburn. So, it's all going down, man. So it's the new reality for moms and dads with now an empty house.
No doubt.
Here's one way to pick up this edition of Yeah Man, No Man. How about we crap on the Yankees some more? Yeah.
I got to tell you, it's unbelievable. This battery, it's like, you go to the Bronx and, like, we have elevated trains and, like, people are trying to steal your car. It's a different atmosphere down here in Atlanta. It's unbelievable.
So Yankees one-time prospect who didn't make it, Ben Ruda, went on the new Foul Territory podcast, and they asked him about the state of New York. This is what he had to say. Quote, New York is a tough market. Fans and media. Analytics are fine, but when you have a bad product and it's obvious and it gets defended by constantly telling you that it's not as bad because of this.
Have that. So, yeah, man, listen, the Mets have to do this too. This is what the Mets are talking about doing. You've got to start over and build it, hopefully, the right way if you're going to have a chance to be good for any amount of time, Mike. It's not about being good for a year. We've been good for 6 years, and now we may be peaking where we're going to be playing for World Series for the next, 3 to 5.
And it was funny. Smoltz talked about it last night, and the other night, I believe. I'm watching this Yankee game because I don't know anything about I don't follow the Yankees, just knowing about the injuries and the starting pitching. I'm looking at this King kid, and I'm like, why don't they have Michael King starting? Smoltz was gushing about his electric stuff. He's got good heat, good. I mean, let him throw 4 innings and see. But anyway, that's a Yankee problem. And look, Cashman's been there so long. I think at some point you got to turn the page, right?
I agree.
Same goes for Boone.
I thought he was going to get let go last year. Right. I really did. If you pay attention to with what was going on with the Yankees. But I think the other mistake, to Mike's point, is you bought in. Again, you got to pay. You felt like you had to pay Judge, and I think ultimately that was a mistake.
Right.
That's going to be a mistake.
And because their farm system's been so, I'll be honestly, basically, torn apart because they always go heavy, Carl, at the trade deadline the last decade.
Complete opposite, as you said, Carl, of what the Braves have done. One has a ring in 2021, and one hasn't been to the World Series since 2009. So I'll take the former, please. All right, one more before we get out of here. Our buddy Harry Douglas, we know he's killing it now at ESPN, just got another promotion on the radio side.
Nice.
He'll be doing Afternoon Drive now on ESPN Radio.
Oh, then we can't be friends anymore.
That's very, you know what? That's right. He had a take, though, that I think we need, it's like when your friend is at the bar and he's trying to talk up that chick and she's out of his league, and you need to kind of just pull him back by the collar a little bit and say, come on, guy, let's go get a beer and let's calm down a little bit. Harry Douglas had one of those moments on ESPN.
I think when you look at the trajectory that Patrick Mahomes is on,
yes,
I don't think it's going to take 7 Super Bowls for him to surpass Tom Brady as the GOAT. I really don't.
You know what you're doing. You're doing the LeBron thing right now. I have sat there on the NBA and listened to this. LeBron doesn't need 6 rings to catch up with Michael. How many will it take? This is becoming the LeBron Michael
today. Listen to me, Greeny. In his first season, Patrick Mahomes as a starter, the man threw for 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns.
Right.
Tom Brady didn't eclipse a 5,000-yard season till later in his career.
Right.
Patrick Mahomes has 2 in his first 5 years as a starting quarterback, along with 2 years in his first 5 years with single-digit interceptions.
Hey, man, look, I love Mahomes, but here's the thing. With all due respect to the guys on the show there, it's one of those ridiculous arguments because there's no way to know until 10, 15 years down the road. Yes, Mahomes hypothetically could eclipse Tom Brady. He's a unique talent. He's a better athlete than Tom Brady. He's a more unique talent than Tom Brady. Tom Brady had, obviously, one of the greatest coaches. This is the chicken and the egg argument with Belichick. So, I mean, personally, I don't give a flip about the answer to the argument because it's a silly argument, in my point. But I do agree with some of the things that Harry's talking about early in his career, at least for Patrick Mahomes.
The key for Brady is longevity.
Right.
Okay. Durability, 1, longevity. It matters. Patrick Mahomes could have 5 more great years and be done. We don't know. And that, to me, is tipping the scales because that didn't happen to Brady. Whomever comes along and is going to be the next guy, durability, longevity. Mike, I'm not saying they got to play to 45 because on the pace that Patrick Mahomes is on, he wouldn't have to play to 45 if he keeps getting the Super Bowls like he is. But the fact is you cannot take that away from Brady. And again, some of us considered him the GOAT, and for Mike and I it was hard because we were Montana guys, and we still are. But when he won 5, you went, damn, okay, he can stop now. Then he won 6, and you went, all right, well, geez, how many more? And then he won 7.
And the validation of going to Tampa and doing it without the Patriots machine behind him, too. So, look, Mahomes is a unique talent. I'm a big fan. To me, he's the most exciting guy in football. That's the dude I want to watch every time, other than watching my Falcons. But, yeah, time will tell. How long is Andy Reid going to coach? What are the Chiefs going to look like? Chiefs have done a really good job of drafting and keeping the pieces around him as well.
I agree, Mike. Harry, we love you. Slow your roll just a little bit there, my guy. All right, Day-Day, hit my music.
Yeah, man. Harry, he's co-signing that thing. But he's right about the first couple of seasons for Mahomes. They've been incredible.
But that's what the producers at ESPN do, Carl. Who would have a better season on Mars? Like, what?
Coming up, we're going to talk to Rusty Manziel. He is with the On 3 Network. He is on the Steakhouse, and we love him because he does great things when it comes to college football. We're going to talk to him about all things Georgia, but also high school football's underway, right? Corky Kell already started. We got games this weekend right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
And we're going to find out quarterbacks are being decided, Carl, around the SEC, including at Auburn.
Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Coming up a little bit later on this hour, we got some guy talk for you. We'll talk more Falcons as well as they get ready for preseason game number 2. That's going to happen tomorrow right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. And Mike, can't wait to see how many reps or at least snaps Ritter gets and what they do with Bijan and some of these other guys. We know Cordero Patterson is not going to play, guys. But Matthew Bergeron, Mike, now. Are you watching him a little bit closer before we get to Rusty? Are you watching him a little bit closer?
Yeah, man. We try to get as much of a beat on this dude during practice. According to what we heard, everything was really flowing down there in Miami. Even the Miami reporters were saying how the Falcons' offensive line and defensive line kind of dominated in the trenches. But, yeah, tough for Hennessy, but I think this guy's an upgrade.
All right, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
He is here to talk some football with us, and he does a hell of a job. Rusty Manziel on 3 Network, on the Steakhouse as well. Rusty, good to have you on. Plus, we got some high school football to talk about, but let's start with college football. Mike and I were just talking about Auburn names their starter. We've been wondering what they were going to do at quarterback. It's going to be Peyton Thorne as the starting quarterback. What do you know about this kid, and tell us what you think about the decision.
Well, played a lot at Michigan State. You look at the stats last year, had a really good year for Mel Tucker and those guys up there. So if you leave an established program like Michigan State, a big-time Power 5 school, in my opinion, and come to Auburn kind of with some unknown situation there, don't really know the roster, they're kind of dependent on a lot of transfers, you got a lot of faith in Hugh Freeze as a quarterback coach in that offensive system, and you feel like he's the guy that can get you to the next level. When he made that move to leave Michigan State, you kind of had to know, look, I'm going to be the guy at Auburn, and ultimately he's already got the job, 2.5 weeks before the first game is going to start.
And by the way, over at Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin being cryptic, not giving any clue as who's going to be winning that job, and that may go down to the wire as well. A lot of guys felt that Jackson Dart.
I think Jackson Dart's going to be the guy there. I really do. Yeah, I don't. They took some great transfers now. Sanders coming from Oklahoma State. I'm not real sure the thinking there, but I would be surprised if Jackson Dart's not the guy for Ole Miss.
Right. And by the way, thanks to Rusty last night, Carl. I had the Parkview North Atlanta Roswell tree play.
Yeah,
that was I teased it down. Yeah, covered all the spreads.
Wow,
it was kicking butt in Georgia high school football. All right, Rusty. Kirby, and we had a chance to talk since Kirby spoke with the media and basically said, you guys are all entitled. You're all worthless and weak. So is this standard? I asked the other day, talking to our man Connor Riley, what do you think? Standard operating procedure or just trying to send the message either way, just as long as the guys respond?
Probably somewhere halfway in the middle there. Obviously Kirby's not going to walk out and say, guys, we're ultra talented, 1 through 85. We're loaded. We're the back-to-back national champions, and can't do that. That's not what he's done. But it's probably halfway in between. But I will say this: I've talked to a lot of people over there in the program, and I'll say this: I'm not calling them as a three-peat. They are the favorite until somebody knocks Georgia out. You can't. Ohio State knocked them down for better terms. You got to knock a defending champ out. But I'll say this: from talking to people in that program, this is the closest team in a fall camp Kirby Smart's had. I was told that not one person has been late to curfew inside the building. Not one person's missed a meeting. And that's, you haven't been able to say that every time under Kirby Smart. So, you start talking about all the all-season things, all the culture talk, and rightfully so with some certain things. But from what I'm hearing, this team right here in particular is very, very close off the field.
What about, Rusty, the wide receiving core for the Dogs? I was looking at this, and I'm thinking to myself, is this going to be the best group that we've seen at Georgia with Ra Thomas and Bowers and McConkey? And I'm going, maybe this group is underrated. Like, people are not talking about this wide receiving room as much as I think they should be.
You know why? Because they don't have an A.J. Green. They don't have a George Pickens. They don't have that true number one. Now, Brock Bowers is a number one, but he is a tight end. He's the number one tight end in the country. They don't have that alpha male wide receiver, but what they do have is a room full of really good number twos. They got a lot of depth there. Dominic Lovett, I think, from Missouri is going to be that guy. If Arian Smith can stay healthy, he might be the fastest player in college football. 10-200 in the spring, kid that's just had problems staying healthy, but when he is on the field, he has been an issue for teams. You look at, nobody really talks about Ladd McConkey. Nobody really wants to give the kid from Chatsworth, Georgia, a lot of credit. But you talk to teams that face him, they certainly know who he is. Then you bring in Ra Thomas and just really the depth there for Georgia. I do think from a national perspective, I think the wide receiver group at Georgia is very underrated.
It is, you should recognize the voice here on the Steakhouse with Steak and the Gang. It's Rusty Manziel, knows more about recruiting than anybody out there, man, here on the waitfor.com hotline. We were talking last week, just want to get your take on it, Russ, about, KJ Bolden goes down to Florida State. DeMarcus Riddick, that was last month, but is that just the ebb and flow of recruiting? It just, or is it Kirby, is those ones that you should be concerned about?
No, 100%. Now, you don't want to lose a KJ Bolden. I mean, it's a kid that Georgia recruited for 4 years. I've known KJ Bolden. I mean, he's a 10-600 guy. He's one of those rare players, Mike, that could impact as much on offense as he does defense, but he wants to play safety. I've been to a lot of commitment ceremonies. That's the first one I've been to. Had a real good bar, a real good DJ, and had about 100 people outside that couldn't get in. I was like, oh man, this is what I'm talking about right here. So KJ did it right, but great kid, huge win for Florida State. Right there. And I'll say this. Do I think he's going to end up at Florida State? I do. I mean, make that clear. But I also talked to him 2 days later at the Corky Kell lunch, and he goes, yeah, I talked to Kirby on Sunday. I talked to Fran Brown on Sunday. Georgia made it very clear. They're not letting up on me, and that's big boy recruiting. You're gonna recruit that type of kid all the way to the end.
It is Rusty Manziel joining us here on the waitfor.com hotline. We're talking college football. Obviously, we want to talk a little high school football with you as well with the Corky Kell. All these games this weekend, and I don't want to, single anyone out because I think they're all going to be fun. And as the season gets started for Norcross and Marietta and Brookwood and McEachern, Mill Creek, North Gwinnett, I mean, is there one where you go, hey, there are numerous players that we need to be paying attention to as we start the high school football season with the Corky Kell?
Let me tell you something. Get all your chores done, Mike. Get all your golfing in. Get everything done Saturday. Get your yard cleaned up. Get the leaves done. Don't have any distractions because I'm going to tell you what, it's 7 o'clock Saturday night at Mercedes-Benz. You're going to see Grayson play Walton, and there's going to be big boy football, D1 players all over the field. Wake Forest's quarterback commit, Jeremy Haslinski, linebacker, North Carolina, Ashton Woods. Oh, by the way, 6'6", 350-pound tackle Daniel Calhoun going to Georgia. Kylan Fox going to Central Florida. I mean, I could go on and on and on about the amount of players on both sides of the field that's going to be in that game. And I tell you, man, it's going to be fun to watch from Mercedes-Benz. I think the atmosphere is going to be electric. Everybody is talking about the game. I had people text me this morning, hey, can you get me sideline passes for Saturday night? I'm like, look, dude, I'm going to be in the booth. Y'all are on your own for this one. Pay the $20 and go see these kids play, man.
That's it. Pay the money and go watch these kids play. It's a great way to start the season off, too, Rusty. And one of the things I know we haven't talked about, but the rules have changed, and I just want to make this clear. When we get back to the playoffs, right, we will have instant replay now in the state of Georgia?
We will have instant replay 2 times, on Saturday in Mercedes-Benz, and then when we do the state championships. So Saturday is going to be our run for the state championship in Mercedes-Benz. Eventually, we're going to get this thing into the playoffs and those types of things, but we got to start where we have capability, and that is the technology and the ability of Mercedes-Benz to have that call up to the booth, extra cameras and all that. And what I like about Georgia High School, what they did with this, the referees on the field have nothing to do with it. They are trained officials in the box.
Okay.
So if you throw that challenge flag in the first half, a referee's going to signal up. He's going to stand there with a coach, and the guy's going to come back down and say you're good or you're not. So I like that we're kind of being simple with it. You don't have to walk over to this little camera, sit there for 10, 12 minutes. It's going to be a guy in a box. He's going to watch the replay. 2 guys are going to make a decision on that, and we're going to go with it. So listen, after the Cedar Grove Sandy Creek game last year, everybody, and I mean everybody, coaches, referees, media, everybody want to get this right. And kudos to the Georgia High School Association for immediately jumping on that and starting this thing in the right direction.
Yeah, that was really inexcusable. I'm Sandy Creek is one of my names. They're coming at me hard, by the way, Carl. Sandy Creek is coming at me hard because I shop at the
town. They're trying to get that last JUCO year for it.
I told Coach Small and he's Coweta, you better beat Stars Mill. Rusty, real quick, speaking of the big-time recruits, we had you on up there at Hooters and Buford. We were covering the Falcons. Dylan Raiola, everything they expected him to be up there for Buford?
Yeah, so far, everything I continue to hear. And I'll tell you this, man, this kid's in his 4th year of high school football. He's going to play the best team he's ever played Friday night. And unfortunately, that game is not on TV. St. Francis Academy is coming down from Baltimore, Maryland. I looked this morning. Some polls have them number 2 in the country. Some polls have them number 3. Some polls have them number 4. So this will be the best team that Buford has probably played in their stadium in a good while. And kudos to them, man. Coach App up there at Buford, he scheduled this game before any type of rumors of Dylan Raiola was coming to Buford. This game was done back in January and February. This is the Under Armour official team from Baltimore. They got all the sponsorship. They're going to get on a plane like 6 times this year as a high school football team. So we're talking about this is a budgeted team now that's coming down here. So I tell everybody, if you want to go watch a game, if you're out and about in Gwinnett County on Friday night, and you don't have a kid at another school, get your butt to Buford because you're going to see a lot of really good players. And everyone's interested. KJ Bolden, Edric Houston, another 5-star defensive lineman. Buford's certainly a top 10 team in the country. So it's not like this is David and Goliath, but I want people to understand what's about to walk into Buford Stadium, and it's one of the most talented teams to play against Buford in a long time.
Yeah, Rusty, this is what's changed over the years. I mean, we've always had great high school football in various states. But, but the number one team in Texas never got a chance to go fly out and play the best team in California, right? Or, or in
or Bishop Moeller in Cincinnati taking on, right, exactly.
That's what's changed. Is it good, or is it? How do you feel about it?
I love it, and I'll give you a prime example. Massillon, Ohio, the winningest program in America, I believe, is going to play the team that's won the most national and state championships, I believe, on paper. Valdosta is going to Ohio this weekend. So I love that. I love these kind of matchups. You know what I mean? Like, let's get it on. Let's have some in-state pride. Let's find out. Creekside. Now, listen, Creekside from Fairburn, Georgia, is flying to California in 3 weeks, and they're going to play Modern Day. Now listen, when I tell you Modern Day looks like Florida State when they walk out,
they do.
I mean, it's no joke. And I told Coach Dixon, I said, hey, man, I don't know what you were thinking when you did that. everybody in the state's pulling for you. Good luck. And he goes, look, man, we know what we're facing. He said the first thing, I want our kids to understand what the standard is. And we're going to play the number one program in the last 20 years. And we're going to California to play them. So that's a prime example. I love that. Now, are they going to be outmanned? Yeah, but they're going out there to give it their best, and best of luck for Creekside representing Georgia, playing the number one team in the country, and then Buford's going to play the number 2 team in the country this weekend. So we're going to find out where Georgia football is real quick. Valdosta going to Massillon, Ohio. A lot of pride on the line next couple of weeks in the state of Georgia.
I agree. I love it too. I wish they had this when I was coming up. It would have been so much fun. But but the bragging rights right now, when you talk about, hey, they are the number one team in the country, and you've made that schedule, and you're traveling around like that, it's legit. I mean, there's no arguing it. Hey, man, appreciate you as always, Rusty. Follow him, guys, on 3 Network. He's on the Steakhouse as well. Great stuff as always, Rusty. Can't wait to this weekend. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Cool. Good stuff. He's talking about high school guys, but obviously we're talking about the Dogs as well. But it's a big weekend. And
Buford's got the Dogs' next quarterback. So,
if he goes off in this game,
huh? Yeah, it's funny because you and I were just talking about it. I mean, Creekside, they got a school from New Jersey coming down next week to play them. Then they go out to California. This is a completely different world. Carl, we played high school football at noon on a Saturday.
Yeah.
No lights in the stadium.
No, it wasn't that. We had legitimate Friday night lights.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying.
But you're saying that the magnitude of it.
There's a school in Texas we got coming up in Guy Talk building a $35 million stadium.
Yeah. And I hate to say it, that's like the norm. Right. I'm going to be honest with you. All right, we're coming back. We got plenty more to get to, including the latest on what some of the Falcons are talking about. Matthew Bergeron, guys, is going to be our left guard. We drafted him, unfortunately, Hennessy with an injury. Hear what he has to say coming up next.
Let's go.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Are you ready? On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up 5 o'clock, we will talk more about our Falcons, and we'll hear from Arthur Smith, who talks about the potential of this offense. Listen, you can take it as hype, or you can take it as gospel. As Mike and I have been telling you, this offense is going to be very good and dynamic. Now, are we scoring in the red zone? Got to wait to see. That's the one part, and Arthur has said it since the end of last season. We got to score more points. But I think, Mike, we're going to have the weapons to do that. But what about up front? Because we've concerned ourselves probably for the last 3 years about this O-line getting better and better. Last year, we're third in rushing in the NFL. I think we have the potential to be first this year, okay? And if that's the case, Mike, if we're number one in rushing, that means a lot of other things in this offense have opened up.
And you did it last year, if we're honest, guys, with multiple players plugging in at left guard. That's why you went and got Matthew Bergeron. We all anticipated Bergeron was going to be the guy starting against Carolina in week 1. But, out of respect, as we talked about all this week, they're going to obviously say, look, you're not going to be handed the job. You got to go earn it. I mean, Bijan technically still third on the depth chart, but we all know who's going to be toting the rock. But, yeah, man, Bergeron's going to be a stud. What you got with, for better for worse, with McGarry, a better run blocker than pass blocker, but you got him at a decent price. Lindstrom's Pro Bowl. Dahlman's got all the metrics for all the PFF nerds. They love his game. And Jake is Steady Eddie out there at left. So you're set, man, with the trenches. Now you just need some more depth. And maybe you pick some guys up who get cut.
Let's hear from Matthew Bergeron on how things have been going for him. Kid out of Syracuse, and we have high expectations for him. Here's Bergeron.
Everything's been doing great. I feel like I'm getting better day in and day out. Not only on a physical standpoint, but also mentally in the playbook and stuff. So definitely doing good.
Now he will play Friday, and I said to Mike, "Are we watching a little bit more to see what what we're going to get from him?" Right. I think it's just natural to watch some of these positions, Mike, that we're curious about. When Clark Phillips is in the game, I want to see what he's doing against these other teams. Right? He's flashed at camp. I want to see what Bergeron's doing. There are guys, yes, that I'm paying a little bit more attention to. Here's what Bergeron said about going into play Friday against Cincinnati.
I'm excited. I'm excited to get the jitters, the nervousness of the first NFL snap, out the way. So I'm excited to compete and go in there. And obviously from where I'm from, I'm just grateful to be able to be in a stadium, NFL stadium, and play at this level. So I'm grateful for it.
He is really even keel, fun. Amusing guy.
Little swag, right?
Yeah, no doubt. To be around, at least from what we've encountered. But as I said, the morning shift had a chance to interview him as one of their interviews when we were up at camp. And he had a lot of fun in talking to those guys and Mike Johnson and being a former O-line and Bo and Tiffany. But, Mike, bottom line is I need this guy to be a road grader. I need him to open up holes. I need him to be a guy that's pancaking folks and taking control. And I think they like that attitude from what they saw at Syracuse. I'm just wondering, is he going to be that kind of guy off the bat? Like, is he going to be that guy from the jump?
Yeah, and that'd be nice because it happens so infrequently on this football team. Going back, I mean, look, it's the sins of previous regimes, but yeah, we've really struggled and missed on a lot of linemen over the years. Chris Lindstrom was a no-brainer, and they got that one right. Dimitrov and company got that one right. But this is a dude that, he checks all the boxes, everything you just said. Aggressive, nasty. We talked yesterday, Fricky and I were going back to the old days of like Mud Duck and, Tyson Claybo and, just Harvey Dahl. You want that nastiness. And that's where this team's going to be. Physical, mean, punch you in the mouth offensive line. It's going to run the football. Play action is going to set up all the mismatches with our talent. But right now we're a little thinner than I expected because of the Hennessy injury. Now Dahlman looks great at center. The dude who started the game, Ryan Newziel out of App State, he looks good. So that's nice to know that he's able to, at least I believe from what they saw. I'm not sure what the coaches looked at the tape, but from watching on television, nobody was bum rushing up the middle from the Dolphins, Carl. And then, what are we doing with the other backups? Well, it's a little sketchy. Kyle Hinton played for the Vikings. He's only got 2 starts. Justin Schaefer, 6th-rounder from Georgia. Really thought maybe he'd pop. So far, he hasn't really gained that traction. Hopefully he's getting better. But
there's Jalen Mayfield, Mike.
Yeah, and Mayfield, they're saying now goes back to his natural position at Michigan, which was sort of the backup tackle or swing tackle.
Yeah. Well, we know he can play right, which is where he is behind Caleb McGarry, at least right now. But, yeah, the concern is Drew Dahlman, God forbid something happens, and then you're saying center. Is Ryan Newziel, can he do this? Because part of the success for Desmond Ridder, guys, is getting the ball snapped to him. Okay, I mean,
consistently.
We can't have, whether he's under center or in the shotgun, we can't have the situation where the ball's not getting to him, and then all of a sudden it just sets the offense back. Drew Dahlman, it's a big deal to not have this kind of depth as Mike is talking about with Hennessy as a potential backup. One more thing from Matthew Bergeron, and he was talking about facing this D-line. You're watching HBO Hard Knocks. If you're not, they got one of the best defensive lines in the NFL. They did last year, right? And Q got paid, one of their big guys. And so now, Mike, you look at our D-line with Grady, Onyemata, Campbell, Bud Dupree. This is what Matthew Bergeron was saying about our D-line and talking about going up against these guys on a daily basis.
I mean, it's probably one of the best defensive line, that I'm faced all year. So I think, being able to come in and day out and work on my craft and also for them work on their craft and just going at it. And, the way we practice, we're physical, we're intense. So I feel like it's just getting me ready for that next step whenever it happens.
It is experienced on the D-line. This is not young guys trying to figure out how to play. Grady knows how to play. David Onyemata knows how to play. Calais Campbell, stop it. Bud Dupree, that's the difference, Mike. We have guys that know how to play and know how to get there and beat blocks. So for a guy like Bergeron, I think that's what he's talking about. Like, again, I'm a rookie. I got to learn on the job, man.
I got guys like Onyemata, and they switch out, and then maybe Grady's coming at me, then all the other guys you mentioned as far as how they're stunting. So, yeah, that's some of the things. Mike Johnson talks about it on the morning shift, just picking up. It's hard to make that adjustment from college to pro at guard when the linebacker's coming up and, who you got, the communication, things that only happens through more repetition. And then, to your point, being challenged by, were our offensive linemen being challenged by anybody not named Grady the last 3 years? No. So, and now you got depth. And I know Fricky was saying yesterday, I think Bud Dupree is going to pop. If he does, that's bonus, man, because he's been injured a lot the last couple of seasons, but we got more dudes. And as we talked about earlier, Coach mentioned that Grady might be even fresher for the end of the season because he's not carrying everybody because there's better dudes around him.
You paid Calais $7 million. I think Bud Dupree is at $3 million. To bring him in. And that's not disrespecting what he came in here for. What I'm telling you is, to Mike's point, if he gives us more than what was expected, he may be the cheapest piece that we added to this defense. Right. It's not Jesse Bates. Jesse Bates better ball out. He was the guy that was the premier safety. I expect big things from Jesse Bates. It's not David Onyemata. I know what I'm getting when watching him with the Saints over the last 5 years. I know what I'm getting. Calais Campbell's a vet. They gave him more money than we thought. But, Mike, $7 million, we said it. He's a starter. He's going to be out there.
25 snaps or more, right?
So, absolutely. But Bud Dupree, if you're telling me for the money we paid to get him in here and he's going to pop, Ricky, then that is absolutely extra sauce to this meal.
It's gravy, baby. Yeah, while you were gone, Jesse Bates switched to number 3 since Michael Walker wasn't using it because he went off to the Bears after he got cut.
Yeah.
That was his number at Wake Forest, by the way. So for those who are going to get a Bates jersey, if you already got one, you got to get another one.
Well, I guess I got to get another one because I'm expecting big things from him. Mike Bell, man, what do we got coming up in Guy Talk?
Hey, man, what if you work for a boss who demanded that everybody in the office needs to have a six-pack? Not of beer, but like abs.
What?
Yeah, I'll get into that. You can imagine that would be a fun work environment. And a new, delicious, tasty beverage. Would you be interested in Eggo Brunch in a jar?
Oh.
What if I told you it's 40% alcohol?
Okay, maybe then.
We'll get into the nuts and bolts of that next in Guy Talk.
then things get really good.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, you got that right, bud. Don't forget our Hey Man Ale available wherever you find your brewskis. So get one, man. If they don't have the watermelon lime, tell them to get it. There's been a fresh batch just recently. Thanks to our brewmaster, Taylor, out there at Coney Brewing in Greensboro, Georgia. All right, man. Speaking of things I can't put in my body right now, our own beer. Nothing with like brown liquor. Nothing with like lots of calories. Unfortunately, I can't drink. I got to drink like clear stuff. Be glad you missed the first 3 days of this diet. I was ornery as hell.
Were you really?
Yeah, I was pretty ornery, right? Wasn't I, Chris?
No, you come on, Mike.
Yeah. Day, think I was ornery? Well, I mean, Fricky didn't help, but I mean, it was a little ornery.
Exactly.
But,
no,
no
calories. Is what you're saying.
and no sugar. I'm basically popping. You can't have chewing gum. Nothing with sugar in it. So,
Okay.
and so I think yesterday was a withdrawal day, which now I'm coming through the other side. So
Okay, good.
I can see, but it's tough. Like, I mean, for instance, just real quick, I was talking to you during the break. Friday night, it's Falcons game. I mean, am I going to break my own man law? I think a man law is a man's drink order should never be more than 5 syllables. Jack and Coke, vodka and soda. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Tito's and soda, Makers and ginger. No more than 5 syllables. I'm going to sit there and go, yeah, can I have a Tanqueray with Diet Tonic, please?
That's where you're going to be.
Yeah, so it's just
That's where you're going to be. Are you not accepting shots, by the way, now?
Well, that's because Johnny yesterday, Pop's
Buy
like,
Mike Bell shots.
Pop's like, maybe we could hit the Park Bar, before we go to the Falcons because it's not on until 7:30. I go, yeah. Can't drink Jaeger.
Nope.
Yes, I could do tequila.
You could do tequila.
Then I got to get a room at the Omni.
This is true. That's probably true.
So anyway, working on it. But thanks to my diet coach, Becky, who's been a tremendous inspiration for me so far. All right, man. So I don't know if I'm ever going to get a 6-pack, but what would I tell you and what would you do if you had a boss and he kind of looks like one of these doofuses who's into like CrossFit? Not if CrossFit works for you, knock yourself out. But one of these guys, Carl, that like shaves his arms and everything.
Yeah.
Andy Elliott. He owns an Arizona as a sales trainer and a car salesman. And apparently, he says, if you get hired in our company, you got a certain amount of time to get your body in shape, or it just shows me you don't care. I mean, I've got a 6-pack. 90% of my team has one. And, if I say get a 6-pack, my team understands what I mean. He says, I can just grab any of my people in before a meeting. I can say, all right, shirts off, look around. Who's the most disciplined in the room? Well, this sounds like the largest D-bag in the planet right now, working employing anybody in business.
Hands down. I mean, honestly, like my responsibilities as far as, look, as long as I look presentable, okay?
Right.
If I'm not an 800-pound slob, seriously,
right.
All right, that they're making TV shows about Mike and I can't get out of my bed, that's one thing. As long as I'm presentable and I do my job, the hell does it matter if I have a 6-pack or not?
Yeah, it's from the Arizona Republic, the newspaper. The self-proclaimed world's #1 sales trainer. He has got a company in Scottsdale. Elliott Group offers online courses to impart his alleged wisdom. Apparently, Carl, applicants pay one-time membership fees of $1,500 and $500 a month to be accessing this guy's knowledge.
That's crazy.
Get out of here.
No,
Like
that's
that stuff that Jordan Belfort runs.
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
The Wolf of Wall Street. Anyway.
So abs and what else was it?
The salesman whispers tips, which he frequently posts. He got 550,000 followers on Instagram.
Crazy.
Involve everything from having sex once a day to not being a little bee. So that's the kind of stuff. So basically, you've hired Mark Zinno to be your trainer. So you know what? Just call Zinno and he can be your life coach. Because that's what you're getting here right now.
Is that what he's preaching, though? You're supposed to do it once a day?
Apparently so.
Yeah. Well,
he goes,
there's a lot of guys not doing that.
Yeah, and there's photos of him, and he's always got his shirt off, and dude's in shape. He's ripped. He kind of looks like Jason Statham, but more, DBE, if you will. So, but apparently he's got a team of sycophants who buy what he's selling, because apparently he's got people that stay with the company for what it's worth, according to the newspaper.
Listen, I'm all about the motivating stuff and people like cheering you on to be the best you can be. It's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine like you're getting in the office, like you're just getting your coffee, maybe you got a donut. Put that donut down. Get in here. Bow to your sensei. Kind of like, remember Napoleon Dynamite?
Did you put sugar in that coffee?
If you want to have an incredibly hot wife like mine, you're going to follow my program. So, anyway, here's something that's not going to help you with your 6-pack abs, but it's intriguing. Something new, Eggo brunch in a jar, waffles and syrup cream.
Oh.
Bear with me on this. It's brand new. National Waffle Day is coming up on August 24th.
Okay.
Sugarland's Distilling up by Dollywood and Gatlinburg. They've teamed up with Eggo Waffles. They've partnered to introduce a new brunch-flavored liqueur. Pretty good. Kellogg's, the parent company based in Chicago for Eggo, says in a press release, the new boozy concoction called Eggo Brunch in a Jar Appalachian Sippin' Cream, big title.
Yeah, it is.
Not too shabby. 20% alcohol by volume, so that's 40 proof. And comes in a 750 or a 5 milliliter jar. And apparently it's a pretty taste. Like, I love Bailey's on the rocks. I call it Irish Pepto.
Yeah.
My grandma used to drink Frangelico and whatever you're into. But would you take a stab at Eggo's brunch in a jar?
Well, it sounds like it's not appealing, but for some reason I think it might taste great.
I think the flavor, I mean, if you think like a creamy type liqueur, that could be actually pretty darn good.
Yeah.
On the rocks.
Yeah. And you can mix that with different
over
things, too.
ice cream.
You can mix that with
Why
different
am I
things.
torturing myself? All things I can't have for at least 3 months. But anyway, there's I'll put a link up to it at Mike Bell ATL. You can check it out. All right, here's an interesting story, and I was saving this for when you got back from work.
All right.
From getting Trinity up to college, and got back to work. There's a Native American group who is lending support and to the idea, and some people are saying that the new Washington Commanders owner and the group are kicking the idea around of, has PC culture swung back enough where you could bring back the name Washington Redskins? The Native American group that's demanding the Commanders bring back their name says they've received overwhelming support. It's called the Native American Guardians Association. Put an end to cancel culture. Hashtag reclaim the name Redskins. 100,000 signatures of Native Americans, mostly from the East Coast. And the only reason I bring this up is some folks have said that there is, and there have been some reports, Washington Post had ones asking the question, are they thinking about going back to the old name? And how would that be received?
There is a petition that has been out there. I want to say, I don't know the exact number, 65,000 folks to change the name back to the Redskins. There are other groups, Mike, that are involved with this as well. I don't know if it's going to happen. It's only interesting that they're even considering it and thinking about it.
And I think you could, if you do have that idea, if you're the ownership group, and I'm not saying that these guys are duplicitous, but maybe you reach out to somebody and you throw it out there. You put a little trial balloon up and see how people respond. Now, for what it's worth, there's an article, and this comes from the New York Post. Apparently, the imagery you see is from the old Buffalo Nickel, and it's Chief Two Guns White Calf. And they're saying, look, this was a guy that fought for the rights of his people. And he was a member of the Blackfoot tribe. Yep. And that's the logo that Washington put on the side of their helmet, which is the other side of the Buffalo Nickel. So there is some heritage and history there. And they're saying if you cancel all Native American mascot logos and names, and they referred to what the Indians did, they said eventually, when do you have any reference point? When do you, other than if you're lucky enough to go attend something as a Native American, whether it's a heritage museum or something like that, you're basically marginalizing the references and the culture. That's their words, not mine.
No,
don't kill the messenger.
I hear this, and it's something that I've discussed because on the national show, there are a lot of Commanders fans and Redskins fans in the D.C. area. Mike, a lot of people are behind this. I have a hard time just saying it's okay.
Right.
I need to talk to these folks and hear them say that this is why it's okay. Right. But part of this is by not having the Redskins name, and a lot of people say this is an eradication. This is not embracing what they want. This is not what they want. And by not having the name, you're eradicating the fact that, hey, these folks even existed in what they fought for and what they believed. I don't know. I'll tell you this. If this happens, I would be shocked.
Well, it's like here with the Braves. I mean, if you do a vote, like for instance in Florida State, the Seminole Nation has it's almost like every 10 years or so, and it's usually between 72 and 75% approval. And they love the branding with the Native American casino, so they roll with it. And you've heard people up in Carolinas and Cherokee Nation. Now, it's not one person speaks monolithically for everyone, but it is interesting to see that people that tend to get upset about this are generally not Native Americans.
Yeah, they believe in education, Mike, not eradicating.
Right.
And that's part of this, right? If you can understand their stance and where they're coming from. I don't know, man, but it is an interesting topic, no doubt.
Hey, man, if you are lucky enough to be a Nashville SC season ticket holder, oh boy, do you have some loot if you opted for the League's Cup game. Because coming up, Lionel Messi and his star-studded Inter Miami are showing up. Tickets ranging anywhere from $500 to $600 to all the way up to $12,000 near midfield and some suite level. So people up in Music City are cashing in on the phenomenon. I said to Carl earlier, can't lie to United fans, I got a little Inter envy right now.
He's been crazy.
I got Messi love, man.
Yeah, he's been nuts, man.
I mean, this team is loaded. It's almost like, and when I was a kid, I didn't know soccer when the New York Cosmos started with Canalia, Beckenbauer. Obviously, Pele was iconic. But, man, Inter Miami, worst team in MLS. Can they make the playoffs? That's going to be interesting to watch.
Well, he's been fun to watch. And let's be honest, Mike, this is part of the reason why we fell in love with Atlanta United. We were fun.
Right.
We were scoring goals. We had guys that did amazing things in scoring goals. There's no denying what Messi has done. I've said this. I don't know how much he moves the needle and how much they're going to benefit long-term from this. But right now, it's almost must-see.
Right, and it's just fun to watch Joseph Martinez have a look on his face like nobody farted in church. He's having fun playing for Tata again. Lionel Messi, we talked about his old teammate from Barcelona, Sergio Busquets, Jordi Alba. It's a team. Anyway, so if you got the Apple thing, I actually don't laugh. I actually watch that. Watch that beat down into Union in Philly. Hey, if you missed it earlier, I'm not going to make my partner cry again, but he did, like so many guys and dads and moms all around the country, drop off the daughter. So how's Trin, by the way? How's she doing up there already?
She's great. She's doing great, man. She's got, a group of girlfriends, and her roommate went to school with her here in town, so she's great.
So didn't you say you're giving her last hug and somebody, what was it, a cop or something?
Oh, yeah. No, we're letting her out, and she's got like one bag, and she's taking in, and we're dropping her off for the final time, and it's like, hey, that last hug, you're like, hey, I love you, you're hugging, and you're holding on, the cop literally sees me, goes, all right, Dad, you can let her go. And he starts laughing, and I'm like, dude, come on, really?
I'm in a moment right now.
Yeah, I'm like, right now, it was so special until you said that. And then we both laughed, but he was really cool. But he gets it because he's watching this happen like 8 million times.
Yeah, exactly right. All right, man, there's your Guy Talk brought to you by Hey Man Ale.
All right, guys, coming up, Falcon Report, we're going to hear from Richie Grant, Clark Phillips, as well as Matthew Bergeron. And what did Coach say about the potential of this offense? Wait until you hear it next.
It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. It is good to have you listening. This hour brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. We got to talk about our Falcons, Mike, and we've got preseason game number 2 tomorrow. Mike and I will be done at 5:30. Pre-game starts, and then, of course, 7:30 kick. Now, it's Cincinnati. No Joe Burrow. We know he got injured early in the camp, and so we're not going to see him probably until week 1. If he's available, we'll see. But, Mike, I do think for us, this is going to be one of those things where we want to see more out of our starters, specifically Desmond Ridder, right?
Yeah, man. Ritter's your only chance to see this dude as a Falcon next week against the Steelers, and that'll be set in the roster. Again, Arthur Smith is staking his rep and his time as head coach in Atlanta on this guy being able to do the job. And by all indications, in Miami, in those 11-on-11 scenarios, his ball was coming out. He knew where to go with it. And you'll see that. Now, nobody around the country knows this. So if you're looking to ESPN or NFL Network, he's an unknown piece. No one knows what Desmond Ridder is. So he's about as unknown as Howell up there for the Washington Commanders. So we know what we've got. I just saw somebody tweeted out, the wide receivers for the Falcons are terrible. You don't know. We got running backs. Bijan is going to be out there, Carl.
He's going to be
catching passes. We got guys. Now, CP's a little banged up right now, but we've got things other guys don't, including a tight end who also operates like a wide receiver. So I think it's easy for someone to look at a list and go, oh, they don't have anybody. Yeah, because you don't know how we operate. But if we kick butt, then pretty soon the rest of the league's going to know what we're about.
The defense is going to keep us in games, Mike. Are you buying what you felt like this defense could look like against Miami last week?
Yeah, and that's the backups. See, that's the thing. I mean, it's not the starters, but the backups aren't as good as the starters. And the backups were sacking people and causing turnovers. We've got a bunch of dudes. Yes, they're long in the tooth, but by all estimations, these guys are still just some bad A's that'll be out there and be able to do it. Calais Campbell. We talked about Onyemata. Grady's going to look around and for the first time see real talent around him. It's the first time in 5 years.
Let's hear from Richie Grant, guys. He's one of our safeties along with Jesse Bates. I expect these guys to be ball hawks and playmakers. And Richie was talking about, Mike, it's coming together. It's year 3 for him. We said this. We had high expectations when he got drafted. Now you're going from Dean Pease to Ryan Nelson's defense. I don't think there's that much of a difference, but at the end of the day, we need him to pop. Here's what he said.
It could be a little bit I'm going into my 3rd season, so it's definitely like, a little pressure is off and having a little more fun, but definitely just this year, I don't know, it's just something about this year, maybe it's just the guys we have in here, the staff that we have, just the combination of both and being able to go out there and, it's a lot of competition and it's always fun when you're competing, so it could be a little bit of both. My 3rd year, the staff, the teammates, all that together.
I think it's a vibe. I think guys know when they feel like they could have a good team. You never know until you start getting out there and playing. But there's a vibe. I've seen teams and guys, Mike, have said, we're not going to be any good. Plain and simple. We just don't have the talent. Nobody wants to say it publicly, but that's where we've been the last few years. You didn't think we were going to win 9 or 10 or 11 games. I think the expectation for this team has changed, and I think that's what Richie's talking about is the vibe, the coaching staff. I'm looking around. I got better players around me. We got a shot, and that's all we can ask for.
We had a conversation when you were up there getting your daughter up to college between you and Fricky, and we were talking about, what do you want as a fan? Obviously, everybody wants a Madden game. They want 45 points. They want everybody, going crazy. But it's also fun to root for a kick-butt defense. And as a kid, I was talking about this yesterday at the same time. I said, watching the Giants with LT, you knew you were just going to be beating people up physically, and you'll run the football, and that'll be your thing. Well, I think we're going to get back into the beating people up business, something we haven't done since 17.
No, we haven't.
And I think that's going to be I think that's going to be part of our identity is more physicality.
Yeah. Attacking teams and putting them on edge. And I said this earlier in the show, and I'll say it probably until the Friday before the Sunday game against the Carolina Panthers on the 10th of September. We got to bring the house against Bryce Young. We got to make him uncomfortable, okay? And I'm not saying we blitz every play or anything like that. But, Mike, he's a rookie. Let's not give him that much respect because he was the number 1 pick. Let him make some of these throws that we haven't seen him make in the NFL. And if he makes them and he beats us, Mike, over the top, and so be it. Right. But I cannot allow him to get comfortable getting back to your point about attacking. This is what Richie Grant said about this defense.
Yeah, there's a ton tremendous players in this league, obviously.
try to pick up bits and pieces from multiple different guys, whether it be pass rush or just how they play off the ball or man coverage.
Now, I'm not sure who that was, but let's hear Richie talk about.
I like the soundbite.
Yeah, talking about attacking, because I think this is important, and I think guys sense this on the defensive side.
I mean, last year, but I think we're just going to be attacking a little more. Just aggression. We got a lot of new playmakers in the back end. So I think guys just going to be out there being aggressive.
I hope so.
I like Richie Grant when we drafted him, and you got to be surrounded by better players to maybe pop. Be a ball hawk. Where does he fit with all the with the depth we've got at safety? And another thing, Carl, you and I talked about this up at camp. We're the first time in a long time we got the front and the back. The middle we're going to see. But Caden Ellis is good. If Troy Anderson can elevate, they moved on from Michael Walker. He was not a draft pick from this regime. He was a Dimitrov Quinn pick. So they're looking for a different type of dude, a linebacker.
Yeah, Michael Walker played a lot of snaps. I just don't know if he was just going to see not enough time at where he was, or if this was a fit situation.
Right.
But I'm glad they did it when they did, Mike. You don't wait. Like, if a guy doesn't look like he's going to be here, then you move on.
You
right?
cut him Labor Day weekend, he's screwed. You cut him now, he can pick up, and he landed in a good spot. Now got to deal with the Bears.
All right, let's hear from Arthur Smith. He went on the Pat McAfee show, and he was talking about the potential of what this offense can be.
We have a lot of different offensive weapons. The mentality, really, the entire team. I mean, Tyler and Bijan and CP, those guys are great players, and all three of them have their own running styles. But, Bijan and CP are great all-around football players. And we've got a lot of, especially a lot of young skill guys with unique skill sets with Kyle and Drake and Jonnu, Matt Collins. I mean, we've got a diverse group of offensive weapons. And so we can attack in a lot of different ways. It's not just traditional rushing attack. I mean, Dez is another guy that can extend plays with his legs. I think when you watch us, we've got a lot of guys that are going to be fun to watch, and the way we'll deploy them is going to be unique compared to everybody else. I never wanted to be boring. I mean, that's the thing. We need to win games, but we've also got a lot of fun guys to watch play. And the offensive line as well. Those guys play with a certain mentality.
So Art's talking about a lot there when you talk about personnel and matchups and potential mismatches that you can create. He's admitted this, Mike. We got to score more points. Again, I'd love to tell you guys we're going to be a top 5 efficient team in the red zone when it comes to scoring points. If we are, we're going to be a problem. And that is where we have to get. We cannot continue to kick field goals, Mike, like we've done the last few years, and expect to win, the 10 or more games that we want to.
And, Kyle Pitts, I don't know. Guys ask me all the time, what's Pitts' role going to be? Is he still worth a 4th overall pick? People forget what he was. And again, I think the touchdown thing is still a bugaboo. Got to get in the end zone. So we should have more weapons in the red zone. The good news is, and again, everybody knows, you can look at the schedule, you can visualize, that's a win, that's a loss. But I'll just tell you this. We got 2 rookie quarterbacks, and we've got Jordan Love in the first 5 games. So C.J. Stroud, you're going to start with Bryce Young, as you mentioned, Jordan Love. Then we got Jared Goff.
By the way, Stroud
don't look good. And I wasn't trying to bang on it as an Ohio State thing. I just don't see it. He had an amazing 3 quarters against Georgia. But I think it's a different thing. I know that Fields is an Ohio State quarterback. Technically, he's a Georgia and an Ohio State quarterback, but I think Fields is going to struggle. We don't know what Love's going to be. We're going to see Goff and those weapons in Detroit. A lot of hype around those guys. Toughest game in the first 5, you could argue, was going to London and playing the Jaguars. Our old pal Calvin Ridley, Trevor Lawrence, Coach Peterson's got the Jaguars popping right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's going to be a challenge, but we may get into that game and have some momentum going into that game.
Yeah, you go 3-2 in the first 5. How you feeling?
I feel great.
Me too.
I feel really good to be in that possible position. Hey, let's hear from another guy, and that's Clark Phillips, Mike. We like his swag. We like the way his makeup is. We think he's going to be a nice player for us. But he was talking about, guys that have been mentoring him. And this is what he said. This is good news, too, because, Mike, when you got mentors, whether it's Calais Campbell or guys that have been around up front or in the back, like, Jesse Bates or whomever is taking the reins of this team, you need guys to lead. Here's what Clark Phillips was talking about.
There's been a lot of guys. I'd be crazy to single out just one of them, but I feel like it's been a good amount of dudes. Defensively, I can say Jesse, Hawkins, and all of those dudes. Calais has said a few words to me, and Grady. All of those dudes have been guys that I feel like have helped me out with this transition to the pros.
Yeah, when you're making plays, guys are prone to talk to you. That's what he's been doing.
And like, I'm always a fan of anybody who uses multiple dudes in a sentence, you know? These dudes have been trained to be the dude, and they're helping me be a better dude. So yeah, man, you got some OGs on this team. He's got swagger. I know because Brent Grimes was undersized. Brent Grimes was an amazing athlete, but after he had the Achilles, wasn't exactly the same. But this dude, you said it. There's certain guys on this team. Bergeron's got it.
Yep.
You got some swag and some attitude. They look like they look like a bunch of stone cold killers.
You need both sides of the ball.
Yes.
That's the thing, right?
And you can't play it like the Falcons are soft. Everyone, let's get tough. No, we actually drafted some dudes that got some attitude, and we picked up some guys in free agency who've already have a resume. And there's some bad horses.
All right, guys, we got a poll question up in regards to our Braves that we've been asking you today as well, and it's kind of interesting. Braves should blank, okay, with their starters as the regular season wraps up. Now, we're not calling it, a season, but what we're saying is we are so far in front and in control. Mm-hmm. Do you rest all the starters? Do you play all the starters? You only sit, the taxed pitchers where you feel like guys need a rest? Do you play the award contenders, meaning Ronald Acuna who's chasing an MVP or Matt Olson who's chasing 60 home runs?
Strider for Cy Young.
Absolutely. Right? It's a question Mike and I were chopping up and throwing around. We'll get back into it coming up here in about 20 minutes, but you can go vote at Dukes and Bell 929. Mike, coming up, though, schedule's coming out tomorrow for the NBA, and we've already got word of some of the games that are popping on the schedule for our Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, man, and there's an interesting little schedule to tell you about. I think we got 3 of our first 4 games are at State Farm, so we'll tell you about that, too.
All right, guys, it's on the way here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. So, I just ran downstairs to get some water because we still don't have any on the 9th floor.
We should be worried about ratings, be worried about our rights.
So I had to run down, Mike, and use the quencher downstairs.
Everybody at V103 gets unlimited water. We have to run down there and get it like Gunga Din.
So I walk out, and there is a company that is on the same floor that we're on. Coinbase, right? I think
Backbase.
Backbase. Thank you.
Still have no idea what they do.
So I literally am waiting for the elevator, and I see this lady come around the corner, and she goes, she's punching in the code to get in, right?
What is this? What is this? They store on the Whopper back there? What is this? Like, what was that Matthew Broderick movie? War Games.
She punched in like 15 numbers, right? So I'm like looking at her, I go, well, that's some security. And then she clowns us because apparently the smell from Dylon burning up the microwave has been seeping through the halls, okay? So she says, yeah, your doors never close because we can smell what's going on in there.
Oh, snap.
And I said, well, yeah, our door's been, now I'm like trying to defend it. Our door's been broke, and they finally got around to fixing it. And she goes, yeah, the door's been open. We've smelled that stench in there.
Wow, she said stench?
I said, well, somebody burned some Legos or Eggos or whatever the hell they're called.
And then they compounded it by spraying patchouli over the place, and it smelled like Spencer's Gifts.
So here I am defending, right, the smell coming out.
She actually said stench?
Out of our area.
Wow.
And then she goes, well, if you ever need assistance, let us know. She closes the door and then put in another code. How much security do you need?
All right, first off, we're in the men's room every now and again. Will you be leaving the men's room, or guys come in the men's room? And some of the guys are listeners over there. To this day, I asked the guy, one guy's Australia, like, how's the radio business tonight, Mark? I go, great. I go, what are you guys doing over there? What kind of fakakta business is Backbase? It's something financial.
It is.
I have no idea. Brian, you have any idea? E-currency? Okay. No idea what's going on over there, but apparently
you can go over there and buy like Dogecoin and stuff.
Okay.
Like that's what they do.
Yeah.
They're pretty locked down, so I guess they're doing well.
I was going to say, business is booming. They got a lot of nice accoutrements over there. But again, so I literally goes, one day we'll have a beer and we'll explain what we do over there.
Okay.
I told them, I went to Florida State. It's going to all be over my head.
Yeah.
No idea.
It was amazing to see her, first of all, remember all those damn numbers. I mean, get an eye scan. Secondly, once you get in, why do I need another code to lock the door? It was just incredible. I just witnessed it. I just had to relay that. So the smell is not as bad, though, as it once was out here. We still haven't gotten a new microwave, though, right? It's the old microwave?
Okay. I just can't believe you would put the waffles in for 5 minutes. It's like, and
he was here earlier.
I don't know what kind of lotions, ointments, and potions that Oren carries in his rucksack, but apparently he just goes spray spraying stuff all over. So we've got like this. At first, it almost smelled like a cotton candy meets like how Mandalay Bay used to smell. Remember, casinos always have those scents.
Yeah, they draw you in.
It smelled like an incense version of Mandalay Bay. When we were in the old days, Rum Jungle walking in.
Okay. Wait a minute. This gets even better. This gets better. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. The guy that drops off our water is a listener of this show.
Yes.
His name is Morris. He just hit me up and goes, I hear you screaming for water. The account is past due.
Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So Mo, now again, I know he's on a golf course, but correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to break protocol. I believe this area is under the control of the auspice of the assistant brand manager.
Oh, is it?
I don't know, Chris. I know that in the past, Bo always
is his responsibility?
He'd always have the water bottles in his office. I mean, I don't know who's to blame.
He does, whenever we do get a shipment, protect the currency, shall we say, in the depths of the confines of the Squidbilly Manor office.
How does the account get past due?
Well, I don't know, but I do know this, Carl. You live by your reputation, paying your bills on time.
Why does Aiden have a different water account than we do?
No, they get this filtration device, which is
to quencher.
To quencher. You go down there, I got to load up. I mean, and by the way, the other day, there was some hip-hop star. I don't know who the guy is. I come down there, I got 4 bottles of water. I look like a homeless person. I'm coming in, and the guy looks at me like, you must really love your water, man. Like, I sure do. It's like, I look like a complete doofus.
Yeah.
Making a run down there with 4 water bottles. Anyway, thanks, Mo. We'll get right on that.
I don't even know who to turn that into.
Are we over 90 days?
I don't even know who to turn that into.
Well, that would explain why we don't get no water.
Absolutely. It's been weeks.
We don't pay for no water.
We're going to have to start a GoFundMe page for the Dukes and Bell water.
This is unbelievable. All right, man. Appreciate you hitting us up on the
So usually my man John Sterling is easy to poke fun at, let's say. Yes.
Yeah.
Even as somebody
Ostentodian blast.
Yeah, even as somebody who grew up listening to him, being from New York.
It is far. It is deep. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I will admit that. But this weekend, he earned his pinstripes, pun intended.
Okay.
Because he was the ultimate play-by-play warrior.
Now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here. Ow! 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 It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2. And Holmes ready to deal.
Now, look, if you got an 84-year-old grandpa, you would want him getting hit in the head with a baseball. But he's 84, and he's watching the monitor because he's blind as a bat, so he's not see where the ball was coming from.
Yeah, Mike, this is why they have those nets.
Right.
This is why, and I know you've complained over the years, who needs nets?
I don't
This
need
is
a net.
why
I'll
they
sign
have
the
those
release.
nets.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, until that happens, you're not complaining about the nets being back there.
I mean, again, he's an 84-year-old guy. Doesn't exactly have cat-like reflexes, so takes it right in the head. So he did grit it out, though, because, that did not feel too good. So I guess he got an ice pack and he kept doing it.
Yeah, he really battled through this weekend. I was proud of my man John Sterling.
Can I ask, though, is the owl... Is that how you respond?
Ow.
That's how you sound. I don't know if I respond that way.
I don't know. I mean, look, now my father-in-law is in his 70s. He's a Marine, so we probably wouldn't say it like that. But if you still get hit in the head, it hurts. And I think your reaction might be, more expletive related than ow.
Well, that was good on him. In his 60 years of broadcasting, he knew not to go down the tirade road of FCC violations.
Yeah, I don't know. That part of it is just a little suspicious. That's ow! Ow! I don't Ow! Ow!
I'm just saying. Ow! The ball literally hit him flush on the side of the head.
You would have thought the ball hit him 4 times.
Well, but he's.
Ow!
I mean,
ow!
I'm just thinking. Think about your 84-year-old aunt or your uncle, and they get hit with a baseball. I mean, he's lucky he didn't just go just slump over the microphone.
Man, I don't know. My wife's parents are in their 70s as well, and that's not how he would respond. I already know.
I know my father-in-law wouldn't do that either, but
I'm just saying.
John Sterling.
Right. That sums it up perfectly, Mike Bell. It's John Sterling.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law.
We're going to talk about our Braves coming up in 20 minutes from now, and more importantly, how we own New York. But before we get to that, Mike, 2023-24 season in the NBA is going to tip off in Denver. Defending champs, the Nuggets, will raise the banner, and they will be playing Los Angeles. Now, we know this because the schedules are starting to come out. Hopefully we get a chance to talk to Steve Koonin about this tomorrow. But for the Hawks, we've already gotten word of some of the games that are on the schedule.
Yes, let's talk about the schedule and the lack, instead of our lack of moves in free agency.
Come on, Steve.
What? Hey, man, yeah, we're going to start up in Charlotte. That'll be the opener, but the home opener is against the Knickerbockers, man. That'll be on Friday, October 27th at State Farm. And matter of fact, you got a bunch of games at home to start the season. Then there's a road trip, which I don't know if Hawks fans are aware of. Get the Knicks, Minnesota, and then Washington. And on November 9th, we're going down to Mexico City.
Oh.
Cuidado de Mexico. Is that how you say it? I always think like Canelo.
Mexico.
The Canelo opening. Yeah, man. Orlando is taking on the Hawks in Mexico City on November 9th. So that's interesting. I wouldn't mind, together.
That'd be fun. That'd be a lot of fun.
I mean, a beer sponsor, maybe a Mexican beer sponsor.
Tecate.
Hey, man. But also, it's always a big event when you do have the Martin Luther King game. And in this case, it's one of the big young stars. Presumably, it'll be Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs taking on the Hawks here in Atlanta on Martin Luther King Day Monday.
Interesting. Yeah, and look, there are high expectations for, Victor and what he's going to be in this league. We're going to find out, Mike. I mean, if he comes in, he's giving you 25 a night, and he's living up to the hype, like LeBron did. LeBron lived up to the hype his rookie season. So
you got some guys who saw like 2 minutes of summer league in Vegas. Always a bust.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah.
So we take on the Spurs and then Warriors at Memphis as part of the Dr. Martin Luther King doubleheader.
All right. And I guess we don't know this. Maybe by tomorrow, this time we will. But we do not know when we play, for example, the Warriors or the Lakers. None of that stuff is leaked yet. Okay. All right. 15 national TV games for our Atlanta Hawks, which is good, right? We got to take advantage of it. And listen, I know, again, with the schedule drop, it's just like with anything. You start to say, okay, hey, what's this look like? What's the road trips look like? How good are we going to be? But Mike,
Lakers January 30th.
Oh, it's on there.
Yeah,
okay,
I have it. Yeah.
All right.
I'm not proofreading properly, but yes, the Lakers big homestand, by the way, with a bunch of big games too. But we
end of January.
End of January, Lakers, Phoenix, Golden State on February 3rd.
There you go.
There you go. As the West comes east.
Yeah, because it only happens once a year, and that's the thing. But yeah, man, we got to take advantage of this. Now, I say all of that to say what Mike was making fun of with Steve Koonin. Our lack of moves. Are we going to do something before the start of the season? Or are we going to have to wait to the trade deadline, Mike, and try to ride with what we've got, okay, and then figure out, okay, this is what we need, and now we're ready to trade come February? I don't know if that's going to be too late. I don't know. Right now, as constructed, are we better than we were last year?
No, because whatever you thought about John Collins, you still need that production. You need that experience. And unless, DeAndre Hunter's going to become a 25, 10 guy, yeah, I mean, it's the way I see it.
Has anybody seen DeAndre Hunter in this offseason?
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying like you guys. I'm saying, what's the progress with DeAndre Hunter?
He was shooting the lights out at the facility on draft night. But just real quick, my 2 cents. They're going to probably roll with it with the young guys and see what Quinn Snyder does. More minutes for Jalen Johnson and A.J. Griffin. You still got, Bogey. And we'll just see where we are.
Don't say that with such confidence,
I'm
Mike.
just telling it like it is, Hoss. And then by the All-Star break, if we're in the mix, then maybe we do something at the trade deadline. We got that $24 million we could use after moving John Collins off the roster.
What are we waiting on?
Well, talk to Nick Ressler. Talk to the general manager.
Yes, I was about to say Landry Fields,
yes,
Mike.
That's what
Landry
I meant.
Fields.
That's what I meant. Yes.
I mean, what are we waiting on?
I don't know.
Am I the only impatient one here when it comes to the Hawks?
I don't know. No,
can we do something?
21, if this was a scale, 21 or graph, the arrow is going this way. Here we are in 2021, and it's so. By the way, just related, since we're talking some NBA real quick, Kevin McHale, former Rockets coach, chimed in to say that Harden is a terrible person.
Well, imagine that. I mean, surprise,
yes.
Surprise.
Yes, while you were on your trip with your daughter, you had the Harden comments of that Daryl Morey is a liar and he'll never play for him again.
Yeah.
And said it twice.
Well, first of all, I put this on Morey. He should have never made the move to acquire James Harden, But
Like getting back with a girlfriend who cheated on you the first time.
It makes no sense.
Go?
Well, you know what it is. You know what it is. And he knew what it was, and he tried to put him with Embiid, and I feel bad for Joel because Joel is really trying to do everything he can. Mm-hmm. And Harden's just he's a thorn. He's a thorn in his side.
Scrubbed Philadelphia from his social media.
Joel did?
Oh, yeah.
Well, look, if you're not going to make me a championship contender, Trae Young, I'm scrubbing my Insta too, Mike.
Right.
I mean, at some point, we've said this about Trae.
Right.
I don't think we're there. But this idea, like, hey, Trae's going to give us 5 more years to build a championship caliber team. What makes you think that this won't be us in 2 seasons?
Right. Now, again, imagine in a perfect world that Joel Embiid, they get a trade because they realize you're never going to keep him there, and we go and we use all the money and all the resources we have to bring something like that down here.
Now, that's a game changer.
Yeah, it never happened, but it's fun to talk about.
Now, that's a game changer.
A man can dream, can't he?
I'd give up 3 players to get Joel Embiid.
Hell yeah. I can think of the 3 right now.
So, Carl, you're not going to like this very much.
What?
Bookies.com odds maker put out their odds for James Harden's landing spot for next season. Los Angeles Clippers are plus 500, 16.7%. You know who number 2 is?
Who?
Your Atlanta Hawks.
Hell no!
At plus 550.
No!
Guess we can broadcast from the airport and put out the welcome wagon.
No. Here's the deal. He's a cancer.
Yes,
okay? He comes in, he ruins locker rooms. He doesn't play hard every night. He plays when he wants, if he plays at all. Then he gets to the playoffs, and what's he do, Mike Bell? What have I been saying for years? He chokes.
Yeah.
No, and no.
You would get that gold card at the Cheetah real quick.
That's true.
Here's Kevin McHale. We don't have the audio, so I got to read this from an SI.com article. Talked about McHale, when he benched Harden in the fourth quarter of Game 6 against the Clippers back in 15.
Right.
Next year he came to camp, he was fat and didn't feel like playing. And I got fired 11 games in the season.
McHale's right, though. That's exactly what happened.
Love it.
He doesn't take care of his body. Listen,
it.
I'm not telling you guys anything that nobody in the NBA doesn't know. It's just you haven't been hearing me.
Right.
Harden is not special.
Yeah, he'll be in the Hall of Fame. He'll have a day at Springfield. While you were out, we talked about Dwayne Wade and all those great guys. But Harden,
that was awesome.
And Harden's just one of those dudes who's going to have all the points, and he'll have a trip to Springfield, but he will never have a ring.
No, man. Don't even get me started. Chris, you should have never said that to me. I don't want to know those odds. You know what I want? I want to know when we're going to get a real legitimate player in here to help us move towards winning a championship. If you're just joining us, we're talking about this because the 23-24 season schedule is leaking for the NBA, and we were just talking about the Hawks and some of the things that we already know about the schedule. Right. I am excited because we can't stay in the same place. And if Coach is what we think he is,
right,
there will be improvement. I just don't know where that's going to come from yet.
Well, as I said, I think more minutes for Jalen Johnson, A.J. Griffin, because your team's on the floor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Capella is still here. We thought they were going to move Capella in the offseason.
Oh, is he shooting free throws this offseason?
Yeah, that's just it. I mean, you'd love the idea of him and a Congo on the floor at the same time, but that only works if Capella can, shoot some of those bunnies, right?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm looking at this team, and you're basically going to tell me we're better off without John Collins. I got to see that. I got to see that, Mike.
Right. Yeah, man. Killer Mike, by the way, there's a video. Go to the Hawks. You can check out the schedule release. He's a part of it, and they talk about everything, the trip to Mexico, and the big end of January into February when all the big West Coast teams come in.
All right, guys, 404-726-0929. It's our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. We will get into the Braves. It is so fun and has been so fun to own New York City. You own the Mets. We own the Yankees after a 3-game series where we outscored them 18-3. In this 3-game series.
58-13 against all teams from New York. Isn't that amazing?
It's the best thing that has happened in a very long time. And partly due to, Mike, the fact that, this goes back to the 90s when, the Yankees were really good and we were really good. And a lot of people say, hey, if we would have won this game, would the fortunes of this franchise have been different? Do the Braves run off 4 or 5 World Series? I don't know. I don't know.
And that's why I always want to have that sense of urgency this year. I don't want to win division after division and not win the World Series because, guys, I mean, with all due respect, yeah, it's great, and John Charles he's a Hall of Famer, but it's about winning the big one. It's about winning. When you've got one of the best rosters and you've got every stinking Cy Young Award winner on your team,
you gotta do it.
And you only crank out 1 out of 14, there's something wrong with that.
Yeah, you got to do it. So we'll talk about how we destroyed the Yankees. Hi, Yankee fans, and how the Mets have been irrelevant. Hello, Mets fans, and also whether or not you rest guys. Ryan Ville, who hit us up on social media, put him up. C. Dukes and Mike Bell, ATL. He says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hashtag for the A. He's basically saying you continue to roll these guys out regardless. are you not afraid? Okay, and again, maybe that's the wrong word. Are you cautious just a little bit that some of these guys going to be a little tired? That you're running them out there with no potential rest?
Yeah, but I mean, you can you pull the guys after you've got some pieces you can put out there in the field. It's the old argument. Do you roll with what you got? Don't mess with it. Don't screw up. Football coaches overthink this all the time. We've seen managers do it too. Last year, for whatever reason, I think it was all the energy expended to catch the Mets, and the Phillies were hot, and the Phillies were healthier than our pitching staff. Their pitching staff was healthier than our pitching staff.
Yep.
And that's how we lost.
But I do think, Mike, Snit knows this, but as a manager, you have an obligation to rest the guys that are most important to your team.
Well, Charlie Morton. There's a guy, because he's obviously long in the tooth. Strider, guys, he's pitched more innings this year than he's ever pitched in his career.
That's got to be a little concerning.
8 more innings. Look, I hate the Strasburg nonsense and treating these guys with kid gloves, but this is the way baseball works. And since Strider got hurt late in the season and wasn't 100%, that we went into that Phillies game on a wing and a prayer, and we didn't have it.
No, we didn't.
So that's maybe food for thought. I don't know.
Coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, by the way, Dan Hoard's going to join us, play-by-play broadcaster for the Bengals Radio Network. We're going to talk to him about the Bengals who come to town tomorrow to take on our Falcons. And Tori McElhaney is going to join us, Falcons.com reporter, as well in 6 o'clock hours. We talk about the update on the injuries and what to expect tomorrow. Stay right there. Plenty more to get to. But when we come back, it's all about the Braves and New York, New York.
Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out.
It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We are 78 and 42. The Braves, Mike, owning New York teams, not just the Mets, but the Yankees as they came into town for a 3-game series. It was fun. Monday, Fried gives up 2 runs, right? Nicky Lopez, a guy you didn't even know. Who is this guy? A guy we got in a trade for Taylor Hearn, steps in, gets 3 hits, 3 RBI. Tuesday, Acuna goes deep. Elder gives you 7 innings, a 1-hitter. I mean, he's coming off of his previous 6 starts where he was bad, his 7.94 ERA, and you're going, what's going on? And then Ozuna with the 3-run homer, Mike. And then last night, Charlie Morton, 10 Ks in 6 innings of work, and we beat the snot out of New York.
Right on. 58-13 between the Yankees and the Mets. You about scored them last. I mean, this is just great stuff. And, aside from Aaron Judge getting a hit, that's about it. The thing to write. I mean, they pitched around, and that's what you do. Giancarlo Stanton is a 0 in high tops. That guy is stealing $250 million, man. They got nothing. You ain't got the bookkeeper. You ain't got nothing. Yankees you're hot garbage. And you're headed for your first losing season since 1992. Hit it, Frankie.
Spreading the news. Turn it up. Turn it up. I'm leaving today. Yeah, you guys suck.
I want to
be a part of it. New York, New York. All right, here's
I
the deal.
Say Atlanta was nice. We did go to the aquarium. I saw the otters, and then we rode the bull into PBR, and I tried out the World of Coke. I saw what Coke tastes like in Thailand. It was a good trip, I thought, honestly, Anthony.
If I'm a Yankees fan, all right, I'm embarrassed, and not because we beat the snot out of you, but you were on the cusp of last year, maybe Mike getting to a World Series and Judge and all the hype, and then you paid him, and now you are basically a game under 500. And for the first time since 2016, you're talking about this team maybe after 30 seasons of winning records, maybe not having one by the end of September. I don't know where this goes for the Yankees. What I do know is, and this is a sidebar because it has nothing to do with our team, Mike, Aaron Boone's going to get fired. Cashman's probably going to get got if they don't, have a 500 record, if they don't make the playoffs. I think there's a lot of consequences that are going to play out. The one thing that I do know is Judge is not going anywhere. He'll be there, but I just think the team is constructed the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, they went and got Garrett Cole. We were talking about this. Who was it? Nick was on from WFAN, our sister station, the other day, and I said, look, we lost 2 starting pitchers. We lost Fried and Wright.
Sure
you
did.
guys lost 2 starters. You had another guy that kind of went off the rails mentally and had some issues, but, we've had as many injuries as anybody. We're still here. Yankees, I mean, we talk about how much, people want to hold on to the farm, and I understand that. You want to maintain some balance. Yankees obviously go all in, go trade crazy at the trade deadline, and they got nothing left. So the only thing I thought was the guy's name King. I keep the middle relief pitcher they put in last night. There's not much that they've got that's impressive, and nobody seems to be batting their weight. Maybe, it's a bad mix. The Mets, self-explanatory. They got to finally spend like the Steinbrenners, and they blew it up. They get absolute train wreck.
Let's talk about the Braves here for a second. You guys know who leads the majors in extra base hits and home runs since the All-Star break? Austin Riley. You guys know what Matt Olson's doing. He's on pace to hit 60 potential home runs, 58 for sure. Mike, I'm going over. I think he hit 60. Then you've got Ronald Acuna, who right now is the leader in the clubhouse, pardon the pun, with the MVP chase. Then on top of all of that, Mike, you've got the biggest surprise of the season. Anybody know who that surprise is? Marcell Ozuna.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, you couldn't get rid of him early on because the contract, they just didn't want to eat it, and you're hoping that he could just give you something. And the guy's been on fire since May 1st. He had one little dip, but he's back. And as long as there's no more dip through September and October, it makes you the best lineup 1 through 9 in the show.
It does. Because, again, he's hitting 8th, right? Or 9th, depending. He's not even at the top of the lineup, and he's producing.
Well, they got Money moving up to 2nd. I mean, Money eventually, I would imagine, goes back, Carl, lower in the lineup for the postseason. But, yeah, Ozuna's doing his job, man. Arcia's doing it. They're all doing it.
He is. 13-game hit streak on Tuesday. He had a 3-run homer. We're talking about Ozuna. Mike, in April, you said it, 0.85 was his average. Since then, 275, 22 home runs, 58 RBI in that DH spot. He's been money. And I've said it, man. I think he's the biggest surprise. Now, you could talk about Arcia. We did not know what we were getting. But we had spent the money on Ozuna already. We thought he was going to be a producer. That is why it means a little bit more to see him produce the way he is.
And again, I always love to, look, I get it. The guy screwed up a few times. I still don't know what happened with his wife. Everybody thinks they know. Okay, you know what goes on behind closed doors? Mazel tov. I just felt, some of this righteous indignation about him still being on the team. I mean, whatever. You wake up every morning, look for something to be upset about. Yeah, okay. Maybe your kid's not going to wear the Ozuna jersey, but the guy's doing the best he can, okay? He's a screw-up, but he's our screw-up, and he's raking. So that's great. Ozuna's kicking butt. Talked about the rest of the lineup. Question you asked last segment, what do we do as far as the rest of the regular season?
Yeah.
Well, the good news is we do have, we got 14 days till we expand the roster. You get 3 more roster spots, right, in September 1st.
Yes.
The only question I had was, you don't really need to bring, is Vaughn Grissom going to stay up? Because I would think, if to your point, you're more worried about the pitching, you go get, because right now, I'm just looking at the transactions. Dylan Lee's on a rehab assignment. Winans got sent down a couple days ago. We know Soroka's still down there. Ben Heller got sent down there on the 3rd. I'd like to bring Heller back to help the middle relief.
Okay.
And bring Soroka up and give Soroka 3 or 4 starts.
I need to. I asked this earlier. Do we need him for the playoffs?
And Wright, by the way, is going to come now. We'll talk to Grant tomorrow. Yesterday, Grant said he thinks middle of September for Wright to come back. Little worried about how many starts to see if he's dialed in. Because
that's a long time.
That's a sketchy. That's not. See, that's why I was belly aching about more starting pitching. But I like Winans. I just don't like the idea of having to go in like we did in 20 or 22 or actually 21, where you've got all these young guys, unless the guys from Gwinnett are ready to step up. And the way you find that out is by bringing them up to pitch in September.
So you've got to count on guys that have been there. Charlie Morton had 10 strikeouts again last night.
Great effort.
6 innings. He said physically he felt better. I need this Charlie Morton, right? When it gets to nut cutting.
You want to
time.
shut him down, though, because he's older, don't you?
Well, I want to give him some rest. I do, and I think Snit has to seriously consider and think about this, as to how you adjust the rotation based on off days and moving forward into September. But this is what Charlie said about the adjustments he made between this start and his last start.
I think I went out there with just a little bit different attitude than I had my last start. I think to me it was just more about staying in my delivery a little bit tonight and just getting it going a little bit, maybe even backing off a little bit, but just trying to not overexert. I think I was just getting too far down the mound a little bit.
And guys, when you've been doing this as long as Charlie Morton, you know your body, you know how you feel, the delivery and what it should feel like. He just corrected those things, and he looked great last night. And so, Mike, we've thrown 4 shutouts in the last 7 games, back-to-back shutouts. Tuesday, 5-0. Last night, 2-0. So, and Morton, along with Pierce Johnson and Kirby Yates and Iglesias, gave up 4 hits. We can live with that. That's where we want to be.
The only question for me is, last year, the Fried thing's an outlier. He got a stomach thing, and that was it. And you remember the Miami game was kind of like, he doesn't look right. Strider got injured. And then you had to hope that he could give you anything. He didn't have it against the Phillies. Strider's now going to be pitching more innings than he's ever pitched before. So do you say, all right, I go give Winans, I give the guys that are going to have a chance to start, go to a 6-man rotation to give you rest. But if they don't do the job, then you're taxing the bullpen again. We're right back to square one. We don't want to get the bullpen all worn out.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a concern. I do think there's a number the Braves probably have. When you've never pitched over 200 innings or close to it, guys, that's taxing. Okay, so when you're talking about him already, 8 or 9 innings more than what he did last year, is the number 150, 160 before you say, okay, hey, we want to make sure he's going to be the guy we need in the playoffs, Mike. Let's slow him down a little bit, or do you just let him pitch through? And the concern there becomes a tired arm, right? That becomes the concern, and all of a sudden now he's pitched 175 innings between now and the end of September. I don't know if they let him go in these games, or are you pulling him early in his starts?
Yeah, but again, the bullpen continues to get jammed up because of the workload. I just looked at the numbers because Tonkin just wears me out. I'm not seeing things. He's got a 6.43 ERA this month.
Right.
And the other guy, I guess I'm being too hard on Colin McHugh. His ERA is 1.17. The runs he's given up aren't his. He's inheriting those runs. And
guys
he's
on base.
those up. But yeah, it's like it ain't the night shift, okay? It just isn't. There's no Matzik. There's nobody at that level. So this is going to be interesting to see how Alex Anthopoulos and Snicker try to maximize the talent and make sure that you've got Strider's my number 1, Fried's my number 2, and then I guess it's Morton. And I'm not counting on Wright right now because I just don't know what I'm going to get.
Yeah, these are, by the way, great problems to have. We're not worried about chasing some team and we're back 6 games or will we make the wild card. We have put ourselves in a position where these decisions, as crazy as they may sound, because some of you are like, just let them play, just let them keep playing. We need to peak in the playoffs.
Right. Last year we peaked when we beat the Mets and the Phillies kicked our butt.
Well, and we chased the Mets for, we had to chase them down for 10 games. But this is a different deal. So these are great problems to have, but they matter. And if you want guys rested and playing their best and pitching their best, hitting their best, how do you maximize the rest between now and the end of the season, Mike? And you start saying, okay, what are we going to do, especially when rosters expand?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those great conundrums for managers, for football coaches. Do you monkey around with it or you just let these guys do their job? Let Olsen go for the home run battle. Strider, because I said it for guys who missed it earlier. I don't want to sound like a wuss. I hate this managing innings, but it's the way things go, especially with young pitchers.
Well, you just invested a bunch of millions of dollars into him, Mike.
Right.
You just signed him. He's not getting that yet. It hadn't hit. But the point is, you're not only worried about this season. I know I only worry about now. But you're also worried about 2 or 3 seasons down the road when he's making the kind of loot that you have invested in him.
And if you get to a game 7, if Wright comes in and clicks, okay, then either he or Elder are your 4th starter in a best of 7, right?
Yep.
And Elder, hopefully, because he had 1 hit through 7, maybe he's come out of the woods after all the things that were freaking us out about him. So
it's going to be interesting to see if Snit does anything or he does nothing. And he's got the pulse of this team. He knows what guys need rest and et cetera. We got to trust him. I'm sure Snit's probably listening going, you guys don't trust me by now? Yes, we do, Snit. We do trust you. It's just we have to talk about this because I just don't want to get in a situation where we've got tired arms and we don't have the pitching we need come the first series. And by the way, we also have to continue to win. The Dodgers are chasing us, guys, for the best record. We cannot fall off, Mike, and have to go play L.A. with home field advantage in the NLCS with not having that. I still want that here in Atlanta.
And as we mentioned earlier, guys, big test for the Bravos coming up. I guess it's around Labor Day weekend, and that's when you play 4 games in L.A. against the Dodgers, who have won 10 in a row, by the way. So we'll see. Hey, by the way, Falcons made a move. We're going to do all Falcons at the 6 o'clock hour.
Yes, we are.
Falcon Palooza. They picked up some offensive line depth. I'll tell you about that as well.
Okay.
We also got the voice of the Bengals, right?
Yeah, Dan Hord's going to join us. He's been on the show, play-by-play radio voice for the Bengals. Very, very good dude, and more importantly, knows what's going on with the Bengals. We're going to find out what he thinks about them coming in here and what we can expect. And then Tori McElhaney's going to join us from Falcons.com. She will break down all the things we can expect to see from the Falcons here coming up in the 6 o'clock hour on Dukes and Bell. Dukes and Bell. Love our listeners. They heard us talking about the Hawks schedule real quick, and a lot of our listeners said, hey, the full schedule's out at Hawks.com if you want to check it out. Court, thank you for hitting us up. 23-24 schedule for the Hawks. So it is out. We were just talking about select games, and you can check that out. All right, Mike, a couple of guys we've picked up. Let's talk Falcons before we bring on Dan Horde. Play-by-play for the Bengals. They are in town tomorrow to take on the Falcons preseason game number 2.
With Matt Hennessy going on IR, they needed some more dudes. So we picked up a guy named Trevor Reed, 6'5", 300-pounder, went to Louisville. Actually went to Georgia Military College before he got up there to Louisville. Anyway, this dude was on the Eagles spring practice squad, or I should say he was there for mini camp. He was an undrafted free agent with the Eagles, so he had some time in camp, but he's now with us. So not sure if he's going to make the 53, but he's a body for depth on the O-line.
All right, good stuff. Let's bring in Dan because we love talking with him. We think they're going to have a good squad. Dan, appreciate you jumping on with us here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, the play-by-play voice for the Bengals on their radio network. And first thing is, what's the update, if there is one, with Joe Burrow? I know we're not going to see him tomorrow. I don't think, they were expected to play him at all in the preseason, but what's the update?
Well, they're not saying much, but I think everybody is still optimistic that he will play in week 1 at Cleveland. Last Friday, before their first preseason game, he came out about 3.5 hours before kickoff. He ran sideline to sideline. He was throwing passes to members of the coaching staff. So I think that bodes well that he's going to be good to go, and hopefully it means he'll have a couple of weeks of practice to get ready for that first game. You're still about 4 weeks away from the season opener, so if he took 2 more weeks to let the injured calf heal and then practice for 2 weeks, I think they're confident that while he might not be as sharp as he would have been if nothing had happened, he'll still be plenty sharp enough because he's Joe Burrow.
Hey, man, it is our buddy Dan Horde, play-by-play for the Bengals, man. And I know the easy answer would be you ran into the Chiefs, but why do you think the Bengals didn't get back to the Super Bowl? They looked really good beating up on the Bills.
Because their offensive line wasn't good enough, and part of that was due to injury. They had the same starting 5 on the offensive line for the first 15 games of the season. Then they lost a starter in the 16th game. They lost another in the next week, and they lost a third a week after that. So they lost 60% of their starting offensive line in a 3-week span as the playoffs were getting underway. And they managed to win in Buffalo despite having 3 subs starting, but they weren't able to pull it off in Kansas City. And that's one of the reasons why they went out and signed Orlando Brown Jr. in the offseason to be their left tackle.
Tell us what you know about Jesse Bates. He's been engaging since he's come over here, signing him in the offseason. He was the number 1 safety. I know a lot of folks in Cincinnati and his teammates there love and respect him. Tell us what your experience is with him and what can we expect?
Yeah, you can put me down on the list of people that love and respect him. He was a great Bengal for 5 years, a great person, a great locker room leader, and he's missed in Cincinnati. But I mentioned that the Bengals signed Orlando Brown Jr. to be their left tackle. He's a 4-time Pro Bowler, and he got the exact same deal as Jesse Bates got from Atlanta, 4 years, $64 million. So as much as the Bengals would love to have Jesse Bates still roaming the back of their defense, it was more important for Cincinnati to shore up that offensive line, and the fact that they were able to do it with a 4-time Pro Bowler who's 6'8", 345 pounds for the same dollar figure that the Falcons gave Jesse Bates. I think the Bengals feel pretty good about that trade-off.
How are they going to figure out all the loot? I know he's got a contract that gets him to 2025, $30.8 million. Everybody happy up there in Bengal land as far as their money?
Well, not everybody. That's impossible in the NFL. But at this point, the Bengals have managed their salary cap remarkably well. The problem is going to be a few years from now after a Joe Burrow extension gets done. It's usually about 2 years after those huge quarterback deals, and the Falcons went through this with Matt Ryan. About 2 years after they signed that huge extension, now suddenly you run up against it with the cap, and you have to make tough decisions. You're going to have to let some good veterans go and go young in some positions. But fortunately, the Bengals are not there yet. They basically have the core still on this team of, a squad that's gone to back-to-back AFC championship games.
So the window is now.
Yeah. What's the situation with Mixon? I mean, I know he's had some off-the-field issues.
He did get found not guilty, though, on the menacing charge today, right?
He did. And I'm wondering what the community thinks, what the team thinks. I mean, is it just about, keeping it on the field? I know he took less to stay there.
Yeah. Well, his teammates love him. He's been great in the building. interactions with Joe Mixon have been nothing but positive. And this case, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, should have never gone as far as it did in the legal system. There was no evidence, really. It was a kind of a he said, she said argument over a road rage incident. And that's why he was found not guilty. I was surprised it went as far in court as it did because of the lack of evidence involved.
We're talking with Dan Horde, guys, play-by-play voice of the Bengals. We're going to hear it right here. Our guys, Wes Durham and Archie, will have the call on 92.9 The Game, pregame at 5:30. So we're going to play the starters. We're going to see the starters, other than obviously Burrow?
No. You might see one or two Bengals starters, but Zach Taylor was a Sean McVay assistant with the LA Rams, and he has completely bought into the Sean McVay mode of operation, where it is all about trying to get your best players to week one healthy. So last week they played one starter, Dax Hill. He's a second-year safety, basically one of the guys replacing Jesse Bates because he had never started last year and barely played as a rookie. They wanted to get him some snaps. I think we might see the right tackle, Jonah Williams, tomorrow because he's played left tackle throughout his NFL career. He's moving to the right side this year, and they might play him a little bit. And I do think you'll see some of the starters on defense. In fact, you might see quite a few of the starters on defense for a series or two. That would be a little bit different from what they've done in the last year or so, but you're not going to see them for very long. I can promise you that.
Okay, just as a follow-up, because we got to convince some of our fan base that Ritter is the man, our quarterback from Cincinnati, the former Bearcat. So we hope he does get challenged by as many starters as you guys can muster.
No doubt.
Well, I broadcast the University of Cincinnati games.
Oh, wow.
In addition to calling the Bengals games. So I called all four of his seasons at Cincinnati. And I'm the biggest Desmond Ritter fan you're ever going to find. So I'm very excited that he's the number one guy in Atlanta. I thought his 4-game stretch at the end of last season was pretty encouraging. And I'm a believer. I know that he is not the most accurate thrower in the NFL. That's probably the big question mark that remains with Desmond Ritter. And it's probably just a cliche, but I do believe that he is a winner and a tremendous leader. And I think the Falcons will have him use his legs more than he did last year. And I think, every year somebody in the NFL goes from worst to first. I think Atlanta is that team this year.
Lou Anarumo, I don't want to say he's underrated, but what he's done with that Bengals defense, and, I know that he was a candidate for some of these jobs that opened up. What do you make of Lou and the job that he's done there as a DC with the Bengals?
He's tremendous. He should be an NFL head coach. The problem that Lou has is that owners want to hire offensive-minded guys and not defensive-oriented guys. So it's always going to be a little bit tougher for him to get a head coaching position. If the Bengals go back to a Super Bowl or win a Super Bowl, I think Lou will get a gig. But we're lucky to have him. And Zach Taylor is really lucky in the sense that he's had all of his coordinators for all 5 of his seasons in Cincinnati. Offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, special teams coordinator. You rarely find that continuity in the NFL. If you're good, other teams steal your coaches. If you're bad, y'all get fired. So the fact that they've had this 5-year run with all of these guys together is highly unusual in this day and age in the NFL.
So, Dan, in the pecking order of the AFC, we were talking a lot about the Jets with Hard Knocks and Aaron Rodgers and company, but it seems like if right off the top, and I know you're a little biased because you call their games, but is it like the Chiefs, Bengals, Bills, or Chiefs and Bengals and Bills are on just a slightly below them?
Well, I think that trio would be at the top of the list for most people that follow the NFL, but there's so many great quarterbacks in the AFC that if you have injury problems or you have just, a bad 3-week stretch, that could be enough to knock you out of Super Bowl contention. It's not just Rodgers with the Jets. I mean, I think a healthy Tua Tagovailoa makes the Dolphins a legitimate threat. Now that Lamar Jackson is healthy and his contract situation is settled, the Ravens are excellent. Who knows about Deshaun Watson in Cleveland? I mean, all of these teams have quarterbacks with at least great pasts. So I think the Bengals and the Bills and the Chiefs are the top 3 on paper, but who knows how it's going to play out.
Dan Horde, our guest, play-by-play for the Cincinnati Bengals. They will take on the Falcons in preseason game number 2. 5:30, the coverage begins tomorrow right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game with the kick at 7:30. Dan, talk to us about how Joe Burrow has changed the franchise. Listen, we know he's winning. What is he doing behind the scenes? What goes on with Joe Burrow and the makeup of Joe that has helped change the fortunes in the franchise with the Cincinnati Bengals?
He is everything you would want your quarterback to be. Great player, great leader, unbelievable work ethic. The team completely marches to the beat of his drum. But it's even more than that in his case, because he's not only the perfect quarterback for just about any NFL franchise, he is especially the perfect quarterback for the Bengals. He's an Ohio kid. He gets Cincinnati. He fits into the city perfectly. The Bengals were lucky to stink when they did, because when you wind up with the first pick in the draft, you got your choice of the best quarterback, but it doesn't always work out, as many teams have learned. The Bengals could have had Burrow, Herbert, Tungo Vailoa, or Hurts with the first pick in the draft. I think they got it right with Joe Burrow, and obviously he's backed that up with his play.
Great stuff, as always. We appreciate you stopping by, Dan, and we hope you have a good time here for the short period of time you're here with the preseason game, and have a great call and also a great season. Dan, thanks so much.
You bet. Thanks for having me on.
Cool. And you learned from Dan there that we will see some of their defensive starters, which you just want a litmus test. I mean, now, again, because all we're going by is what the media saw in the dual practice down in South Florida at the Hard Rock. Love to see some fans out there and get everybody on board. I think most people are excited to see the starters for us, certainly.
I agree, Mike. I think you got to get a little bit of that. We're going to see. He said a lot of the defense should play. That bodes well. I want to see what Ritter does against some of their first-team guys. Hey, Tori McElhaney is going to join us, Falcons.com reporter. We now get the Falcons side of things. We've got some injuries that we got to report and talk about, and also the expectations of Ritter and Bijan Robinson playing. All of these things, Mike, that we're going to see coming up here on Friday.
Bijan.
Yeah, Bijan with the mustard. All right, guys, we're coming back. We're going to talk to Tori here next.
the most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
Braves with an off day after beating down the Yankees. We await the Giants to come in here. Tomorrow we'll talk more about that. But we are talking about our Falcons. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We had a great conversation with Dan Horde, play-by-play for the Bengals, kind of laying out what to expect, Mike. And we're going to shift gears here and talk with Tori McElhaney, Falcons.com reporter, and find out what she's thinking about tomorrow's game. Now, 3 games, Mike. My guess is, okay, you don't want to go into the third game having, to play certain guys. You want to get that in now.
Yeah, we'll ask Tori, but I got to figure Ritter plays the first half, and then we go to Taylor Heineke, and then maybe Logan Whiteside plays the entire third game, like he did the first game.
Okay.
And that's where you're whittling down. There'll be some cuts after this week, and then you get down to 53. It is difficult. You've got to have those multiple games. The Jets have scrimmaged with 2 different teams, by the way. That's something which other teams may start to look at, so you get all that work in.
Yeah, Tori, welcome in, by the way. Tori McElhaney, Falcons.com reporter. Appreciate you jumping on with us. We're getting ready for preseason game number 2. I think the anticipation of seeing Ritter, but how long are we going to see him? What are we talking about, Tori? What do you think? How many snaps are we talking about?
Yeah, I think just from talking with Arthur Smith the last couple of days, he kind of made the comment where it was like how the game would evolve would dictate how much we see of Ritter as well as the first team offense. He was like, if they go out there in the first drive and they go 3 and out, well, I'm going to give them another drive. If they go out and they have, an explosive play for a touchdown on the second play of that drive, I'll give them another drive. He made the comment that it was more about the quality of the reps that they received than maybe the quantity. So I think it really will depend on kind of what type of production you're seeing. If they go out on the first drive and put together a double-digit play drive that spans 6 minutes, then perhaps we don't see them again. I think it just all depends.
How are they going to handle Pitts?
Great question. One I'd like to know. I don't know. I mean, just to be completely honest with you, for me, if it's me, I'm not necessarily worried about putting him out there in the second preseason game. I know that he's, been working through team drills and everything like that, and he has the all clear. But I'm not too concerned if we don't see him at all until week 1.
We are talking about the Falcons' second preseason game against the Cincinnati Bengals tomorrow. Coverage right here begins at 5:30, kicks at 7:30. We're talking with Tori McElhaney, who writes for Falcons.com. All right, so let's talk about some of these injuries. I mean, CP, he's done for the preseason, right? What do we know about that? And fill us in on what's the situation. Hennessy's done as well, and that means Bergeron is going to be the starter?
Right, yeah. I mean, I think this is Matthew Bergeron's spot to lose if I'm really looking at it, because it was Matt Hennessy's from kind of go, and then you had Matthew Bergeron working with the twos and kind of getting his feet under him a little bit at the position. But since Matt Hennessy has been off the field, it's been Matthew Bergeron playing between Drew Dahlman and Jake Matthews, and I think that'll continue until it can't anymore. I think he's the best option that they have at left guard. As for your question about CP, yeah, it's a soft tissue injury, and Arthur Smith said this week it'll be a couple of weeks before they even kind of go back and reevaluate him to kind of have a clearer picture before week 1 of the season. I don't think it's something that they're particularly worried about long term, but CP has been around for a minute. I don't think it's all too bad if they want to give him some rest in the preseason and get him ready to go in week 1.
Tori McElhaney with us, guys, from the Falcons website. Everyone says soft tissue. No one just says hamstring. Is it a hamstring?
I don't know. I can't. I work for the team. I can't say one way or the other.
All right.
Fair enough.
I mean, not that I'm going to play the operation game, but we know it's not the funny bone or breadbasket, but it's either the groin or it's hamstring.
I think we can all discern what that means.
Gotcha.
Tori, talk to us about the defense. Expectations going into week 2. I mean, listen, we saw a lot of the backups in week 1 against the Dolphins, but the 2 days of practice were productive down there. There's no doubt. We don't have that benefit against the Bengals. How many of the starters do you expect to play on the defensive side?
Almost all of them. I think it's kind of a similar situation that you're talking about with the offense, that you're going to get to see a lot of these would-be starters. I know I'm pretty excited to see this defensive line with David Onyemata and Grady Jarrett, Bud Dupree, Calais Campbell. I think you will see those guys. How much, I'm not entirely sure. But I expect to see them on Friday night, and I'm really excited about it because this is a defensive front that the Falcons have pumped a lot of money and resources into this offseason, and to finally be able to kind of see them go 100% is pretty exciting, because you can't mimic that type of competitive nature and going 100% in at the line of scrimmage in practice. That's just not something that's going to happen. So the best way you can is through these preseason games. So it'll be the first time that we're finally getting to see some of these guys that we've been talking about for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, we're excited. I think the message, I know we were talking about this at practice. We're just bigger. We're physical. Arthur's talked about it. I think on both sides of the ball, we already talked about the depth. I know we picked up a dude today, former Louisville player, to pick up for Hennessy and, again, fill out the roster. But to me, Tori, this is the most physical, meanest-looking team we've had since the 17 team that was a really good defense.
Yeah, no, I think you raise a really good point, and it was something that I think you even talk to Terry Fontenot or Kyle Smith, the Falcons GM and assistant GM, and they've said on a couple of occasions that this defensive line, and particularly the defensive front and the front seven, that it was a conviction of theirs going into this offseason that they were going to prioritize this defensive line and getting bigger and gaining more depth. And I think that's something that you saw the moves being made. You can go through all the moves and point back to that one thing about getting bigger, and that being the goal and the conviction that this front office had. I mean, that's what they went out and did. And now you can actively see that when a guy like Calais Campbell steps on the field.
Yeah, no doubt. We are bigger, I guess, more experienced as well up front. With Michael Walker, Mykal Walker being, let go, he gets picked up by the Bears. What does it mean for the linebacking core? Who steps in and maybe gets more reps there?
Yeah, so, I mean, for training camp purposes and kind of what it's been the last few weeks, I mean, Caden Ellis and Troy Anderson have been your starters, and Michael Walker was kind of playing a more rotational role. But for now that he's no longer on the team, it's guys like Nate Landman, who you saw last Friday against Miami. I believe he had a sack. And then someone else like Tay Davis, who's kind of playing alongside of that backup role along with Nate Landman. Tay Davis was somebody that Arthur Smith actually had a lot of really nice things to say in the game, or after the game in Miami. He kind of made the comment that you could feel his presence on the field. So those are kind of your core group at that middle linebacker position.
Yeah, I know that we're going to be physical. And, Carl, we were talking about this the other day as we're talking with Tori McElhaney guys from thefalcons.com. The idea of blitzing and not having to do that as much, because you got all the dudes that can get the down lineman can get there. But I kind of envision Caden Ellis kind of being what Rashaan Evans was supposed to be and walking up, and he'll be the dude getting all the sacks.
I mean, it's a great I think in theory that makes sense. And you look at the way that he was used with the Saints last year, and obviously Ryan Nielsen was with Caden Ellis with the Saints last year, and kind of how he was that guy that I think you're referring to, and how he was used. And, I think when you look at his usage with the Falcons, and granted we haven't seen, that many blitzes drawn up in the preseason so far, but that's something that I don't think they're going to play their cards, or I don't think they're going to play their cards hardly at all when it comes to blitzing packages and everything in the preseason. But it's definitely something that you would think that they would have in their back pocket come the first week of the season.
Any updates, Tori, on Jeff Okudah and the possibility of him being ready for the start of the season?
Yeah, I mean, I think the last update that we got from Arthur Smith a couple weeks ago was that they're kind of looking at the early weeks of the season in terms of getting him back, hopefully close to 100%, which honestly is really good news considering, we were standing there watching that injury, and you hate to see something like that. And I think it could have, just watching it, I think it could have been a lot worse. So the fact that they're kind of pinpointing the first few weeks of the season as getting him back, I think is really good news. Now, is that week 1? I don't know. Could it be 2 or 3? I would kind of lean more towards that week 3 time period.
We love Clark Phillips like everyone else does. How do you envision him as a nickel, as a slot guy? I know Trey is a bigger dude. You think more of him as run support. How do you think the nickel and how they're going to look in some? Obviously, we're in nickel almost, 45, 50, 60% of the time.
Yeah, I do think he's kind of, right now, D. Alford is your starting nickel, and I think he's earned that right, and I think he's played really, really well for the Falcons this offseason. Granted, we're not seeing in a whole lot of live scenarios, but it's interesting because going into this season and even going into like OTAs and mandatory minicamp, I was kind of thinking that the starting nickel spot would be between Mike Hughes and D. Alford, with Mike Hughes maybe having the upper hand. But D. Alford has established himself as the guy, as the starting nickel. And I think Clark Phillips could do well to play behind him for a little bit and go in as needed. But that's the position that I think, when you think about Clark Phillips being that inside slot guy, makes sense to me.
I wanted to ask you about Arnold Ebiketie. He showed a spin move while they were down there practicing with the Dolphins. I know he's been trying to work on what we call a signature move, but he looks to be improved. I'm curious to know what your opinions are there.
Yeah, I've talked to Arnold Ebiketie a couple of times this offseason, and something that that we talked about a lot was how he wanted to add more muscle to his frame. He said he wanted to get a little bit bigger. That something that he learned in his rookie year was that the NFL season is quite a bit longer than the college season, and when you're playing to that level week in and week out, you're going to lose muscle mass, you're going to lose weight. And he said he wanted to go into training camp being a little bit bulkier, and he said that he accomplished that goal. So he has all these things that I think he's taken from his first year, and then includes kind of those spin moves and having a true rush move that he really relies on. And I think he's kind of workshopping all of that right now. I think it's why we actually saw him quite a bit more than I originally thought in that first Miami game. And I wasn't expecting to see him in the fourth quarter at all, but he goes out there, and I think it's because they kind of want him working on some of these things in a more live scenario. And I think that's really good for someone like Arnold Ebiketie who has a chance to really take his game to the next level in year two.
Tori, we talked a lot about the last couple of years, you can't just say like the old Smitty, we're going to be tough. You got to have some dudes. And it just seems like we got some dudes. Mac Hollins, I think, has become an instant fan favorite because he's got swagger. You talked about Matthew Bergeron. I know he's still learning this game at this level. Zach Harris is another dude. And boy, he looks the part, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. It's funny because I remember kind of going through the post-draft process, and you're kind of looking at these players and watching them play. And Zach Harrison was someone who I always felt when I was watching his college tape that he was just like right there. It's like one more thing and he gets a sack instead of a quarterback hit, which he led, in college he had, I want to say like 33 quarterback hits, but he didn't have the sack numbers that I think people wanted, but he was still affecting the quarterback. And I think it's one of those things with Zach Harrison that I think his best days are still ahead of him. And just from what I've seen in the preseason and through training camp with him, it's like there are some really intriguing nuts and bolts there with him. He's a big dude. I know he's, even when he's standing beside Calais Campbell, he's at least one guy on this team that kind of, you're not just completely dwarfed by Calais Campbell. I think he's listed, Zach Harrison, I think he's listed as 6'6", but he's every bit of that 6'6", and he fills out the frame very nicely. And so I really think he's someone I'm excited to see develop. And I think it's something that maybe what we're talking about with Zach Harrison in year 2, 3, and 4 is a pretty productive player.
Well, great stuff as always, Tori. Appreciate you dropping by. Looking forward to seeing what we learn about this team in preseason game number 2 and who plays and who doesn't. And we'll be watching, and we'll get you back on here soon. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, you guys.
Cool.
Tori McElhaney, Falcons.com reporter. Mike, we got Corky Kill coming up when we get done tonight. We got about an hour bridge that Turtle's going to handle between 7 and 8, but we got Cherokee taking on West Forsyth. And then, of course, Saturday, Norcross, Marietta, Brookwood, McEachern, Mill Creek, North Gwinnett, Grayson versus Walton, all of that going down. Here's tonight's last call. What's your best high school sports moment? What is your best high school sports moment? Ladies, don't be ashamed. Right. You can talk. You can let us know, too. All right? Call us, 404-726-0929. It's not just for the guys. It's for everybody. If you participated in any sport in high school, volleyball, track and field, it doesn't matter. Right. What is your sports moment, your best?
Obviously, for Turtle, it was being the anchor on that 4x100 team.
He could move, man. He could move. All right, we'll come back. We'll tell you ours, and we'll talk to you as part of our last call next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
last call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
All right, it's pretty easy. With the Corky Kell getting the high school football season underway, we're asking you, because we all had moments, Mike. Right. We all had at least one moment, didn't we?
I'll give you the good and the bad.
All right.
You know, I've told you many times, I nearly killed a good friend of mine, Pat Young, by snapping the punt on the wrong count. Coach said, punt on 2, got out to there, tell the guys in the huddle, punt on 2, and he goes, hunt, and I send the ball, and everybody got killed. But I did redeem myself a few years later against Roosevelt, which is Eddie Murphy's high school.
Okay.
And Dr. J's. No, that's different, that's Hampstead. But anyway, I recovered a fumble on a punt. And I had like 6 Fat Albertson fall on me, but I got the ball.
But that's fun, right?
Yeah, but it was,
get on it!
So I actually got, you get little stickers on your helmet. I actually earned a couple that year, I was no good at football, but that was fun.
That is fun. Day, Chris, you guys have a moment? High school? You guys?
Yeah, my moment was more for the crowd. So playing basketball, crosstown rival, big packed house, all that good stuff. And defense was going well. We steal the ball. I break out. Teammate throws me the ball. Everybody knows I can dunk. Right. I plant, and I slip out of bounds.
Oh,
no. Yeah.
Wow. So calling you Chris Webber.
And I don't know why. Every song that played on the radio that night had something to do with falling.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody expects you to finish, and you slip. Turtle, what about you, man?
I wasn't a great athlete by my own admission, but I did have one shining moment.
Okay.
I made somebody on the other team quit.
Nice.
I made in 9th grade baseball, I was wearing number 51, repping my guy, Bernie Williams, and I made a diving catch in right field that he got so frustrated, he slammed the bat down, walked off the field, and never played baseball again.
Wow. Because you made that catch.
Because I made that catch.
Wow. What a moment.
How about that?
What a moment. Mike, I was well, how do I put this? I used to pole vault, Mike.
I want to see some pictures of this. I want to see some video.
I am lying.
I want some VHS of that.
Exactly. I am lying. I am not. That's not the truth. We won a state championship. That was my highlight. Right. All right. Let's go to Jason. Jason, what was it for you? What was the best high school sports moment for you?
Well, first of all, hey, guys.
Hey, man.
Great show. I had a situation. I was on defense. We were doing Sam Will Fire in a county game. I was a weak side linebacker. So when we were blitzing, basically. When I blitzed, they were doing a quick pitch. I caught the quick pitch around a 45-yard touchdown.
Really?
Nice. Yes.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's awesome, though, man.
Big time.
Quick pitch, Mike, and you pick it off and take it to the house?
Heck yeah.
Woo.
Yeah, man. My dad still got the videotape. If we can ever find this, my brother's got the tape somewhere of me getting sent for cigarettes during a timeout for an injury. And my dad's like, Michael's past the cheerleaders. Mike's going past the gate. I think Coach Natovsky sent Mike for cigarettes. I just love for you to hear my dad's voice and hear that progression. It takes about 60 seconds, but anyway, that was my 9th grade football team.
Tommy, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Tommy, what's your best high school sports moment?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, me and my cousin went to rival high schools. We played baseball. And their pitcher had walked about 3 people. So the bases are loaded. So they put my cousin in the pitch, and I came up to bat. Oppo Taco grand slam.
Nice.
Woo!
How about that?
What a moment.
How long did you guys not talk to each other?
we still haven't talked to each other.
I believe it. Great stuff, Tommy. Thank you so much. Reese, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Best high school sports moment.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, I have one that's selfish and one that was team-oriented. I had 7 touchdowns in high school. I played quarterback. I had 4 passing, a kickoff return, a punt return, and a rushing touchdown.
Oof.
And then that's my selfish one. And then the team one was my junior year. I made the game-winning layup in basketball in the state championship.
Nice. Where was the high school, by the way?
Fort Wayne Harding.
All right.
Very cool.
Yep, so up in Indiana, Fort Wayne Harding. Yep.
Oh, that's big time. You winning state championships in Indiana?
You made up for the Hoosiers beating you back in the 60s or the 50s.
That's big time. If you win a state championship on a layup,
yeah,
you'll forever be remembered. Let's talk to Swede. Swede, what's your best high school moment? Sports.
Hey man,
Hey, man.
I was a place kicker in high school. It was the last game of the season. We had to win it to complete a perfect season. As I said, I was a place kicker. It was snowing. Opening kickoff, the other team runs the ball back for a touchdown. They missed the extra point. Last play of the game, we got an extra point on a punt return. We got a touchdown on a punt return, and I had to kick the extra point. Well, I made it. The right guard was offside. We had to kick it again, and I made it, and we won the game 7-6.
Nice.
That was my highlight.
Way to go.
Thanks, guys.
Way to show poise.
It's a pretty big highlight.
Big time.
I mean,
and the pressure.
Yeah,
Especially because I got to
make it?
imagine Sweet was going straight on. It wasn't soccer style.
Correct. You make it, and then
Right.
kick it again.
There were 3 forward passes in that game.
Oh, man. All right, DT, you're going to finish up here. DT, what's your best high school sports moment?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
I was known as the scrambler, and I ran a touchdown for 46 yards. Then after the game, I went to my car. It was 7 girls waiting on me.
Hey, now.
And I put them all in and let them ride with me. But I left my teammates that rode with me to the game. They couldn't ride with me. I thought I was an air freshener. I loved it.
7?
They were mad.
Oh, I bet they were. I bet they were.
Leia.
7 girls waiting at the car, huh?
Leia.
Man.
Nice. All right.
Things done changed, Mike.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't. I have no idea. With NIL, do you think things are getting better?
I think that's coming back.
Yeah, I think that's getting better. Hey, great job, fellas. We appreciate you listening as always. Big shout out to our guest today, Rusty Manziel from On 3 Network. He's also on the Steakhouse. Check him out. Dan Horde, the play-by-play voice of the Bengals. And we talked to Tori McElhaney from Falcons.com. Hey, tomorrow we're going to be talking more about this matchup. And we've got a sense from Tori, at least what the Falcons may want to do. We're going to see how it plays out, Mike. I'm going into this game, though, unlike the first one, with a little bit of expectations. Like,
Right.
I need to see a couple of things.
And once we learned, it was late on Friday that we were not going to see Ritter, it was kind of like womp, womp.
Yeah.
But, yeah, man, but like the good news is our backups look great. That's what depth means. And now we're going to see what the starters do, especially how our offensive line handles. It sounds like the Bengals defense coming at you.
All right, more on that tomorrow. We're here at 2 o'clock. We're done at 5:30 because of the pregame show. Right now, though, let's get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
All right, man. Big shout out to Day Day, also Big Bo, who helps us engineer this show. Great job, guys. And then, of course, Turtle behind the glass. He is our executive producer. Mike, we've got preseason game number 2 tomorrow. We talked about it. Braves back in action as well. We'll be talking about that as they get ready to take on the Giants. Guys, we're coasting right now. Braves deserve an off day after that butt kicking with the Yankees. 3 straight, a sweep. We'll take it, and we'll talk more tomorrow about what this pitching matchup looks like over the weekend. All right, we got to get out of here. Mike Bell, and by the way, stay tuned. Turtles got you from 7 till 8 until tonight's Corky Kill game.
Turtle time.
Cherokee versus West Forsyth. So that's going to start pregame at 7:45. So Turtles got you all the way up until then. Mike Bell, let's get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, after the Brian Harsin train wreck in Auburn, it's Hugh Freeze in charge. And how do you get better? Well, you go to the transfer portal, man. Find yourself a QB. He named Peyton Thorne, the Michigan State transfer, the starting QB. Said he beat out Robbie Ashford. Wasn't a slam dunk. Says they still have some plays for Ashford if he can handle what they're asking of him because he's super athletic. But, this is the quickest way to get better is use those transfer portals, find a guy who's got leadership and experience, and Peyton Thorne's going to be the man for the Tigers on the plane.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Mike. I want to see how he plays. Hey, as you're trying to get your last embrace in with your child and you're loving them because they get on your nerves and boy, I'm so ready for them to be gone. Until they are. And you're holding them and you're saying, hey, Daddy loves you. And then a cop says, come on, Dad, let her go. Hey, if you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
girl, you're going to make me cry.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.